Yes, Francis, we can.
Okay.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. I think one of you should mute the and lower the volume. Okay. I take this opportunity to greet you and send you warm greetings from Roof Forum Secretariat here in Kampala. I do understand that we have now about 150 people already logged in from different places. I can see people from Cameroon, Nigeria, and Ghana, several African countries. This training was designed targeting staff and postgraduate students of Makerere University. However, because of the importance of this training, we do welcome other participants from across the Roof Forum network. And I would like, first of all, to introduce the trainers and then say a few words to welcome you. This morning, we shall have 3 excellent trainers who will be taking you through the 6 days. We have Associate Professor Susan Balaba, who is a staff at Makerere University and has been helping us at Roof Forum in building capacity in this particular aspect of research training. And then we have Dr. Helen Namaweche, who is also one of the staff members at Makerere University. They will give you details of themselves when the training time begins. Then we have Dr. Thomas Odon, who is also a staff at Makerere University. What is interesting is that the 3 of the trainers come from Makerere University, but from different departments. But they are all experts within this statistical data analysis. Then we'll have another colleague of mine, this is David Martin Amito, who will be providing technical support to the platform to ensure that there is effective interaction between the trainers and you, the participants. So what I would like to say in form of welcome is that this is a very important training which is aimed at building your capacity as our upcoming scientists, and particularly for you to be able to understand the biometrical components of research, particularly when it comes to the design and implementation of research, particularly also for those who are interested in quantitative methods. So you do understand that in your study, you cannot graduate before you deliver a thesis, and a thesis will be nothing if you cannot prove, show evidence of and finding. And what source your finding is significant is when you produce a right information, and that right information is got after analyzing the data. So this is a good skill for you to be able to get your data, manipulate them, and be able to produce result. So Roof Forum as a network is interested in building capacity of staff, students, and those who are involved in capacity and development, especially in the area of agriculture and related sciences, to be able to produce good and usable research to propel the development of the continent. So we always support our universities to be able to do research and connect to the community for us to make a contribution towards agricultural transformation in Africa. So we have been running this sort skill training, and a number of trainings have already taken place, and some of you may be attending this training not for the first time. But if this is your first time, please do know that we do occasionally, regularly provide trainings like this, and not only in research methods, but also in other areas, including project planning and integration and others. So you will always check our website to see what is coming up. Without wasting a lot of time, I say on behalf of Professor Dipala Ekpomo, who is the Executive Secretary, that you are most welcome to the training and that you should take this opportunity to ensure that your skill gap is well covered and participate. This is online training, but your participation is very important. They will tell you what to do in order to be able to make a contribution or to engage. So my name is Francis Otto, and I work here at the Forum Secretariat as Manager of Knowledge Hub. Together with my colleague, David Martin Amito, will be supporting you in terms of technical issues that may arise. So before I call upon the trainers, may I invite my colleague David Amito to give you a few points to consider in terms of technical platform. In terms of the technical issues regarding the platform that we're using. David Amito.
Thank you very much, Francis. So basically, most of you have actually used the platform before, and so this is just a reminder, maybe for the new people who have not used the platform before. As usual, when you have an issue or a question to raise, you should be able to see a Q&A section in your screen right now. So we encourage you to raise questions through that Q&A section. And then if you have a comment, you just put the comment under the chat, such that it's easier to track questions clearly, because usually the chat section is overwhelmed, and it will be difficult to trace your question if you put it in the chat section. So we encourage you to use the Q&A. And then also there are cases whereby the panelists or the instructors want you to participate in maybe at the start of the session. Usually what we do is that the instructor will ask you to raise your hand. After you have raised your hand, then we allow you to talk to respond to the question. And this happens usually at the start of the session. Maybe like today's session, the instructors can give you an assignment to do. And then tomorrow, when the next session starts, you might be required to present. In that case, we shall enable you to present. And then also, another thing you should note is that this is being live streamed in YouTube. So some of you, or maybe you might encounter network problems, and then you are cut off. So usually our instructors share with you also the YouTube link at the end of the day or tomorrow morning for day one, because already we have captured this training, and we shall share with you in case you miss any section. And then another thing is that in case you are allowed to talk, make sure that after you are finished, you have to keep your mic muted, such that it doesn't interrupt, because sometimes we allow some of you, and then maybe when you finish, you forget to mute the microphone. So usually what we do, we shall also put you back to the attendee status in order to automatically remove your mic. But there are some cases whereby we can maintain you such that maybe you can respond to the questions. So once you have finished talking, make sure that you are muted. So I think that is for now the basic information I can provide, but we shall also be following any comments in the chat section and questions in the Q&A. But thank you very much.
Thank you, David Amito. So can I therefore hand you over to the trainers so they will take charge for this training starting now until Saturday. So you're welcome. Professor Susan Balaba, you may want to take the lead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Francis Otto. Good morning, participants. I'm Susan Balaba Tumwebaze from Forestry, School of Forestry, and I'm going to take you through the 5 days. I take this opportunity to thank you for registering for the course. I also take this opportunity to thank Forum for funding and organizing the training. I also take the opportunity to thank all the universities for allowing you to be in this training. The training is important because if you don't know statistics, you can't write your thesis. So the more you know how to analyze your data, the shorter the time you take to complete your thesis. So this is a great opportunity which you need to take into account. I also take the opportunity to thank my co-facilitators for joining us, and I hand over to Dr. Helen to introduce herself.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? The bit complain there is an echo.
Yes, we are hearing you clearly.
I don't know. We can. Can you hear me now? Okay, yes, they're saying yes. Okay, a very good morning. Dr. Helen Amaweche, a lecturer at Makerere University in the Department of Statistical Methods and Actuarial Science in the School of Statistics and Planning. I'm so glad that I'm going to be among the facilitators in the week's training. I welcome you all. I pray that by the time the week ends, you have achieved your expectations. Thank you for sparing some time to log in and see how you can really get supported as you're building your career. Like my seniors said, I also thank Crew Forum for giving us this opportunity to train again, and also my other colleagues who are on the same panel. Best wishes. I encourage you to participate, and where you can, please ask many questions. Ask as many questions as you can, such that by the time we finish the training, you have a right roadmap on how you're going to do your analysis. Thank you so much, and you're very much welcome.
Dr. Thomas, can you introduce yourself? Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm called Thomas Odom. I also work at Makerere University in the College of Agricultural and Environmental Sciences. I'd like to welcome you to this training and expect to have a fruitful discussion and interaction with you throughout the week. I also like to thank Crew Forum for giving us this opportunity to share the little knowledge we have and also to learn from you. I wish you all the best, and please pay attention and try to benefit as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, facilitators. We are now going to start with an overview of the training. We are going to start with an overview of the training. We will also present results from the training needs assessment tool, and afterwards I will hand over to Dr. Helen to start with R. So let me share the overview of the training. Okay, so the training is called Statistical Data Analysis. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The training is called Statistical Data Analysis, and before we train, normally we send out a training needs assessment. That helps us to modify the training. The course objectives for this training are to equip participants with the knowledge and skills to download R, Rstudio, R packages and install them on their computers, and use R Markdown and R script where they can store the different R commands which can be converted into PDF, Word document and PowerPoint, to import different data sets, for example, from Excel text into R, and export R data sets into Excel or other software. To keep the participants with skills and knowledge to manipulate data in R before doing any other data analysis using interactive commands, use different efficient techniques used in the data visualization applied in R programming, enhance the students' and lecturers' analytical skills to produce manuscripts for publication that contain sound statistical facts. And then we also have expectations for this course. We assume that at the end of the training, participants will be able to enhance knowledge of R programming language to manipulate data, describe, analyze, and model the state of a biological or agricultural system in both quantitative and qualitative manner, as well as other fields like economics and health. Apply key statistical concepts such as correlation, regression analysis, categorical data analysis, generalized linear models using R. Then the results for the pre-training assessment include the main objective of the tree needs assessment was to identify the gaps on data management and data analysis using R programming language. We captured the expectation. This is an open-ended question, and I have summarized output from around 158 comments. So I have over summarized them. So in case I don't present them the way you presented them, they are within the results that you see in the output. So the first expectation was ability to use R to undertake molecular analysis, such as AMOVA and analyze data using regression multivariate. Then the next one is advanced lessons and knowledge on R programming, analysis, coding in R and data entry, analysis for crosses, quantitative genetics, genome, estimation of genetic parameters and several traits using R, application of R to analyze and present data properly. This other expectation is in French, so maybe one of the French speaking will help me. The next one is basics of statistical analysis, analysis of variance and interpretation of p-values. The next one is Bayesian or probabilistic regression modeling. The next one is to gain knowledge and skills in descriptive and inferential data analysis. The next one is control of variation occurring in multi-location trials. The next one is data analysis using special packages for willingness and spatial data analysis in R. The next one is to gain knowledge on how to analyze effective huge amount of data. The next one is that they hope that they will master statistical skills using R. Others hope they will acquire knowledge that will help them analyze data from laboratory experiments. The other expectation is they want to know more on statistical data analysis for scientific work. The other expectation is practice. They need more practical exercises, or practice exercise is required, and a review of their performance. Then this one in particular, I didn't merge it. It says, I am a beginner and I would like to learn more from scratch. Then this expectation, he wants to learn about IMA test and IMA ANOVA model. This expectation, which seems to be outside R, is NGS data analysis. I think this should be National Geographical Next Generation Sequencing. That is interesting. Wow. I've been told that it's Next Generation Sequencing data analysis. I had misinterpreted it. The next expectation is real life examples to navigate data analysis in depth. And the last one is also in French. I don't know whether my colleagues Thomas and Helen know French. If they don't know, so we'll have one of the forum staff to interpret this French part of it. Otherwise, most of these expectations have been captured in what we are going to cover. Just like he said, he's a beginner and would like to learn from scratch. And from also other expectations, we see that people would like actually to learn about how to use R to manipulate their data, enter data, and also do advanced statistical analysis. So all these expectations depend on time and also depend on how much participants will absorb at a time. So if the participants absorb the information we are passing on very fast, then we cover more. But if the participants are a bit slow, we cannot really cover a lot of things just because we want to finish. So we will go slow by slow, making sure we don't leave anybody behind, but also making sure others are gaining from the R training. Okay. And to note, the commonest expectation was advanced lessons and knowledge on R, analysis, coding in R, and data entry. And also there is gain knowledge and skills in descriptive and inferential statistics. So those were the common expectations among the participants. Now, overall, we had around 162 responses out of the 1,000 that registered, and majority were male with 81%, and the female were 19%. The highest proportion, 40%, are pursuing MSc, let's say masters, and then 29% are pursuing PhD, 17% are researchers, while 13% are lecturers in various fields which include agriculture, plant breeding, agroecology, climate change, food science, engineering, forestry, etc. We also had a question to find out the knowledge and skills in various components of statistics. One of these components are design of data collection tools, then design of spreadsheets for data entry, importation of data to statistical software. So overall, we find that most of the participants had moderate knowledge in design of data collection, design of spreadsheet for data entry, and also importation of data for statistical software, according to the percentages. Then we also wanted to know knowledge and skills in data management and data checking. That is, after you've designed the spreadsheet, you've entered your data, are you able to export your data to other packages? Are you able to save and clean your data? also check for outliers. We found that participants overall had moderate knowledge. You can see that under data management techniques, we have 41% of the participants saying that they have moderate knowledge, and also under data checking, it is 35%. Those are the highest percentages. Then we needed to know knowledge in statistics, basically descriptive statistics and basic inferential statistics, as well as interpretation and reporting. So when we look for the highest frequency or percentage response, we find that participants had moderate knowledge in descriptive statistics, in inferential statistics, and as well as interpretation and reporting. We also wanted to know knowledge in statistics and R programming language, and we found that participants had, there were few who had no knowledge in R, 70%. Then 20% have a slight knowledge, while most of them had moderate and good knowledge, and a few are excellent, which is really good. That tells us that this time after this training, those who have good knowledge will move into excellent. Those who have moderate will move into good knowledge in R. Then basic inferential statistics, we find, this is a repetition, we find that they had mostly moderate knowledge. And then presentation of results after analysis, most of them have moderate knowledge in presentation of results after analysis, and a few of them have none, 10% have excellent. Then overall, to summarize the results, participants require knowledge and skills in R programming language for data entry, data manipulation, data management, descriptive statistics, inferential statistics, and interpretation and presentation of results. Based on the pre-course assessment, we conclude that most of the participants have moderate knowledge on data management, data analysis, and interpretation of results, and they require major enhancement to enable them undertake their research and publish quality knowledge products, and also complete on time. So that's what we found in the training needs assessment, and throughout the training we will be checking the expectation of the participants, and if time allows, make sure that we are able to meet the expectation of this course and also the participants. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm going to hand over to Dr. Helen Namaweje, who is going to take you through our programming language. And if you have a question, please use the Q&A. And if you have a comment, use the chat. So when you use the Q&A, the questions stay longer, so we are able to attend to the questions. And the chat, the questions move very fast because very many people are commenting. So please utilize the Q&A as has been mentioned before. Thank you very much for your attention. I hand over to Dr. Helen.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Susan. A very good morning once again. I just want to confirm if you can hear me very well, then I proceed. Please type in the chat if you can hear me. Okay, great. Please stop sharing. Okay. Okay. As we've heard from Professor Susan, especially when she was presenting the expectations of the participants, and some of you are saying that you're just beginners. We've got participants at different levels. And I still guess maybe we have a certain category of participants as well that have attended before. But the point is that what we are going to do again within these 5 days, we are going to start from the scratch. We need to understand what is involved in R. Maybe just to clarify, I've been posting the Google link, which has the materials for today. Kindly pick the materials that we are going to use. Okay. Yeah, like I was saying that I've posted the materials in the chat. I'm posting the Google link. Kindly pick it and then paste it in a URL such that you're able to get the materials that we are going to use for today. I've pasted it again, pick it, and then it will take you direct to the folder that has got materials for day 1. And then it is this link that we are going to be using every day. What we shall be doing to add more materials for the next day. So all you need to do is to keep checking and see if there is new material. But whatever we're going to use today, the material is already there. I've seen some people in emails, they're complaining they have not yet received the materials for the training, but this is the link we shall be using. So I'm giving you 2 minutes to ensure that you get the Google link, download and get all the materials for day 1. And then we get started. And other participants have suggested, we'll be giving exercise every day at the end of the training session. Those still will encourage you, in case you've got your personal data somewhere, as we are teaching, it is always good that now you transfer the knowledge that we've taught onto personal data. There it will make more sense than however much we are giving you field data sets or the kind of data set that you expect to encounter maybe as you go to the field and so on. But in case you already have a data set that you have on your own, after the training, maybe given an exercise, you can try to use the skills that you've learned on your personal data set. Okay. So let me ask in the chat, would you share us the training material? Okay, okay, is saying that downloaded already. Please get the training materials from the Google Drive. Otherwise, in case we say that we're going to be sending to everyone, then we'll still have many complaints. So it's what we want to reduce. The training materials are within the Google Drive that I've pasted in the chat. So pick it, and then now we start. James has also posted about downloading R using the link that he has given us. That is also very good. Since we are going to use R, we need to have R and Rstudio on our computers. Unless you have those two downloaded and installed on your computer, then you cannot do anything. Okay, somebody is asking that kindly show us how to install our packages. Well, we are going to see that, but let's ensure that everyone has been able to get the materials. So let me ask in the chat, kindly type, have you received the materials, the folder for day 1? Type in the chat with the type for me, yes, such that I get to know if I should begin. Okay. I'm seeing great numbers saying that yes, that they have received. All you need to do, paste the link if you've got internet, then you'll be able to come up with that folder. We are downloading them. Okay, I'm going to give you only 1 minute now, such that those who have not yet done so. We are still getting materials from the Google Drive, and then at the moment you get the folder, kindly save it on your computer somewhere where you want your training materials to be. It has been pasted again, so please get it, download the material. There is only 1 folder, but as we end the training, we'll be updating this same link, so you need to keep it. Open a Word document and keep it somewhere, or save it within your training materials. It's what we'll be keep updating. For example, we'll put materials for day 2, day 3 up to day 6. So if you pick it now, then it will make both your work and my work easy. All All right, so can I get started? Just type continue if we are set. Type continue in the chat and I start. Okay, great. All right. Okay. Now we are starting again. We are going to use our programming language in our training. So we need to first understand clearly what is involved in R, and then we are going to integrate it with Rstudio. These two work together. We are going to see the differences and see how R is really interesting in case you want to do analysis. But before using any software like the ones that you've used before or you've heard about, you need to first install them on your computer. All right. So what we are going to first do right now is to download R. After downloading R, we are going to install it on our computer. Then later, we are going to download Rstudio. After downloading it, we install it on our computer. I have at the back of my mind that maybe there are some participants who already have R and Rstudio. But the point is that package updated? So in case we have some colleagues, in case we have participants that have, however much I shared the material, but I still think maybe there's some other people who have not yet downloaded R. In case we have such people, let's try to go through how do we download R, then Rstudio. The moment everything is on our computer, then we'll be more than good to go. In case you've got the R package already, all you're going to do is to update, because remember what we talked about R. All you need to do always see that you use the latest package, you use the latest version of R, because it's an open source, and every now and then a lot of information is being done to see that R is being developed to a better version. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing this, and I share the PDF to go through the steps together on how we can download R. In case you have it already, you need to update it the latest version. Okay, so what I'm sharing now is how to download R and install it on your computer. Okay, remember, still in the training materials for today, all the things that I'm sharing with you, they are there. If you have the folder already on your computer, you can as well open the PDF that is saved as how to download R and install it on your computer. So within that folder, there is this particular PDF. Let's go step by step and we see. Step number 1 says that go to the URL here, which is http then www.r-project.org. Okay, so in case you click on that, step number 2, it's going to be under the section Get Started, you click on Download R. But let's first go through the steps, then I'm going to do it with you. Then after that, in the next step that you click on Download R. The moment you click on Download R, you're going to come up with this particular page. I only took screenshots that you're able to see. And then on your left-hand side, you're going to see this where I'm putting the cursor, https then cloud.rproject.org. So what you do, you on your left-hand side on cloud, where you see this, then you click on it, it will bring this particular page. The moment you see this, all you need to do is to get to know what kind of computer are you using, the version. Are you using a Mac? Are you using Windows? Are you using Linux? So you come here and then you click on the type of version that you have. So for my case, I'm using Windows. So the moment I reach this stage, I'll click on Windows. And then I come down. After that, after clicking on downloading R, the application is going to start downloading. So all you need to do is to give it a minute to install on your computer. And we are going to do the same for Rstudio. So now let's go back together. Let's walk through the steps and we see. So on your computer, just click on this URL. The moment you click on it, it brings this page. like how I shared before. Okay, so after clicking, our next step is you come and click download R. Okay, you come and click here, that's step number 2. The moment you click download R, this is the page that you're going to get. The next step, step number 3, you come and click on your left-hand side where there is O-cloud. You click here. You click on HTTPS, then cloud.rproject.org. You click on it. After clicking, the 4th step, this is the page that you're going to see to download and install R. So it depends on like the version you're using of the computer. So right now, I'm going for my case, like I mentioned, I've got R, I've got Windows, so I'll click download R for Windows. I click there. The moment I click that, this is the page it brings me. Then I go on the 5th step, install R for the first time. By the way, in case you've got an outdated version, you can also install again and get the latest version. If you don't have R on your computer, you still go through the same steps. So you click there. Right now, the current version of R is R-4.1.3 for Windows. So it is the current version that we need to use. In case the version of R you're having is below 4.1.3, then it implies that you need to update to the latest version. So the moment you reach at this particular page, you come and click here, download R 4.13 for Windows, or is the R project, their website will give you the latest version of R. As more packages or more updates come in, they always update the R software. So if you click on download R, the moment you click there, what is going to happen, if you're seeing on my right-hand side, there is a download that is taking place, R-4.1.3-win.exe. The moment after this installation is complete, all you need to do is to follow the prompts. They will tell you, do you allow to install on your computer? You click yes, and you follow the way you install other softwares. I don't want to install R again because I already have it on my computer, but I was just showing you how you can do it. How do you get the last step of installing R on your computer? So let me ask in the chat, have you managed to go through those particular steps? Faith is saying, I'm not hearing anything, really? Okay. Okay, great. I'm seeing majority are saying that yes, they have managed, downloaded. Yes, I already downloaded, that is great. Okay, that's wonderful. All right. Downloaded and running, downloaded. Yes, but it is downloading slowly. I've not been able to download. Download in progress is ongoing. Yes, try to update. Just I'm on the way, 1 minute. All right. Okay. I'm done. Already downloaded and installed before. That is so great for those of you who had looked through who had utilized the material and downloaded R on your computer. Thanks for the great work done. But me, I don't have the link. Downloaded and installing. Kindly help me paste the links for the Google Drive. Download in progress. Okay, that is great. So these are the procedures I was talking about on how you download R. In case you have a version that is less than 4.1.3, we are going to see how do you update the latest version, such that what are the various commands that you need for you to always update on your version. And as you're updating, still R will tell you, or as you use R, it will be able to tell you that, you know what, there is a current version. Would you like to update? Would you like to now to upgrade to the newest version? All you need to do is, all you need to do is to type yes, and then it will, as you click the prompts, it will be able to direct you how to go ahead. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing this and I share my PowerPoints again. Sorry. Okay, the new version of R is 4.1.3. In case you have maybe 4.1.2, it implies that you need to update, you need to upgrade to the newer version. All right, okay. So I'm going back to the slides. Our first step was to download R. Those are the steps and they're easy to follow, like I've showed you. And always ensure that you use the updated or the latest version. Now, after having R on our computers, it is also important that we download Rstudio. Okay, we need Rstudio as well, such that we are able to use both of them. But as we move on, we are going to understand the difference between R and then Rstudio. I mean, could I use one and leave the other, or what is going to happen? So, that what? Okay. Some people are asking for the scripts in the chat. Send us the different R code for. Kindly check in the Google Drive. All the materials are there. We didn't get the PDF. Send us different. Please, let's move step by step. Our first step, I sent the Google link. It has been posted again by Professor Susan. Within that Google link, please check there is a folder. Hamilton is saying that folder has material and we need to move step by step. Wonderful. Yes, how come that in the same folder, some people are having the materials and then some don't? You know, it's interesting. It's the same Google Drive. Chijambi is saying that all the materials are there. Please follow the link, download the folder. It has day one material, okay? Whatever that I'm showing you, all the things are there, such that we are able to move. Great, James, thank you. He's also confirming that all the materials are in the folder. All you need is to paste the Google link on the URL and then download that particular folder. You'll be able to see the material and then put the folder on your PDF. Oche is saying that step by step, please, no rushing. Keep at this pace. Okay, I was reading people's comments. So let me ask in the chat, have you been able to download R? Can I say that we are done with downloading R and we move on to Rstudio? Mohammed is saying not yet. Okay, R is downloaded. Great. Both have downloaded. I'm glad that some people are faster than me. Help with updating. We are going to get there. In case you already have R, we are going to update if you don't have the latest version. Great. Frola, I've seen your comment that waiting for you to show how to update. Downloaded and installed, not updated. We are going to do that. Okay, let's continue. Now, let's move on. We need also the Rstudio. Still, if you don't have an updated Rstudio version, we are going to see how to update it. But remember, in case the moment you install a newer version, it automatically overwrites what you have earlier, okay? And that is one option on how you can update R. However, we are still going to see certain commands that you can use within the old version, such that automatically the older version is updated to the newest one, okay? Now, the moment you come to, we are going to go to Rstudio. Now, let's move on to Rstudio. With Rstudio software, because we need both of them, you go to www.rstudio.com, just get this URL and paste it in Google, because I already have the PowerPoints. The moment you paste it in Google, all what we are going to do is to scroll down until when we see the windows and we click on it and then we download. Okay, maybe what I can do, we can still do step by step. I'm clicking on hopefully to okay, it's a little taking long. Let me try to. All right. What I'm going to do, I'm going to stop sharing this, and then I share my yes, let me share the URL direct. So in case you you type in, you go to your URL. If you see very clearly, I've pasted it, my URL up here, rstudio.com/products/rstudio/download. That is the link that I sent you in there. All you need, just paste it there. So the moment you paste that link in Google, this is what you're going to see, the download RStudio IDE. So it will always tell you that to choose the version. There is a free one, you download for that. You can read into those particular details. But as you scroll down, as you continue, I want you to scroll down and come to this particular page here, where it is showing you RStudio Desk 2022.02.0+443. Still, this is the latest version of RStudio. So there is a new version in this current year. The one we had earlier, it had 2021 of September, but now we've got a current one. So as you see here, because when you look at the first step, still they are telling you that install R, okay? You need, and they're telling you that RStudio requires R 3.3 or plus and above. But we've done that first step of installing R. Now we want to download RStudio for the desktop. And this one also works for Windows. So in case you don't have it installed, all you need to do, click here. I already have RStudio on my computer, so I don't want to install it again. The moment you click on, the moment you come and click download RStudio for Windows, what is going to show you when you move down on the other steps, it is going to bring you, you're going to see this particular page, which has all installers. And all you need to do is to come and check Windows, depending on the OS you're using. So like I mentioned, for my case, if it's Windows, then I'll come and click on this, on RStudio-2022, then .02.0-443.exe. And this is the installation file, like we did for RStudio. Then all you need to do is to follow the prompts as we continue to, as it downloads on your computer. You keep following the process, and then after that, you'll be able to have RStudio. So I'm giving you a minute, and then you go through them such that you have RStudio with you, because we need both. We need R and then RStudio. As you're downloading, I don't think it will take a lot of time. It will take you around to 2 to 4 minutes to have RStudio, and that is all that that you need. Okay. Let me stop sharing this and I share my slides again. All right, in case you got this and pasted it, we should be able now to have RStudio. Okay, let me ask in the chat. Have you been able to download RStudio? Just click on the link, it will automatically open. Yes. Ali saying yes, Pascal saying still downloading, Vincent downloading. Yes, okay, great. Yes, Rstudio downloading. Kindly share the link for downloading the Rstudio, please. That's a good one. Okay. All right. Okay, updating, downloaded. Had then already, of course, great. In case you have a specific question where you need more clarification, please paste it in the Q&A. Other facilitators will be happy to answer your questions as the training is going on. So if you have a question that really needs attention, because when you paste it in the comments in the chat, it really moves on very fast. But in case you post it in the Q&A, you'll be able to get an answer in a very short time. So let's move on. What is R? You know, we need to understand what is this program all about, and such that we are able to say that, you know what, R is really a good program which I can use over other statistical programming languages. So like I said, with R, it is a free statistical programming language. All you need to do, have internet, go and download it. In case you know the procedures of download, do the download. You don't need to pay for this software because it's an open software and anyone can use it depending on the analysis that you want to do. It's open. You don't need to be a scientist or anyone. A scientist or a non-scientist can be able to use R. And you don't need to be a statistician to use R programming language. It's quite interesting that R is widely used as a data management tool, and it can be able to support in good graphics of depending on the program that or the kind of data visualization that you can see. I was like I mentioned earlier, that R is an open source tool used in data analysis. The moment you have R and Rstudio installed on your computer, like we are going to learn, you can even go to your village, wherever that you want to go, and do your analysis from wherever you want. The moment you have the software on your computer, you don't need to be on internet all the time, because you would have already downloaded and installed it, and all that is all that you want. Okay, so which one? I have a challenge. Kindly post your questions in the Q&A. A lot of questions are coming in, but put them in the Q&A such that we are able to guide you quickly as we move on. Git is asking what's the difference between R and Rstudio. Okay, we are going to get there. Please, which one is for Windows? Like I explained, or when you check in the PDF that I sent, everything is clear, that in case you've got Windows, in case you've got Linux, in case you've got a Mac, what do you do? Okay, and Fiona is saying that 3 minutes remaining to complete download. Okay, so maybe let me just take another 1 minute to try to share now the PDF again, and then I'll get back to the PowerPoints. Okay. Just give me a second. I open it again and I share. Yes, I'm going to answer that. Okay, I'm using just 1 minute to go through the things again very fast, because I've already explained in details. It is important that in case you're going to use R programming language, you have R installed on your computer plus Rstudio. You need both. At one point, we are going to see what is the difference between the two. So let's first get first things first. I say that there are some people with a challenge on how to download R. When you check in the materials that we sent yesterday, okay, there is a PDF which I sent that has got how to download R and install R on your computer. Like with the steps I took, all you need to do is to go to www.r-project.org. That page will open for you the R project for statistical computing. So getting started, all you need to do is to click on download R. That is step number 2, okay? You need to click on download R. The moment you click on download R, you're going to see this particular page which has got the crane mirrors. And then you check on your right-hand side, which has got 0 cloud, and then you click on the HTTPS. If you click on it, what is going to happen? It is going to bring you this particular page, the Comprehensive R Archive Network. Okay, when you look at these 3 bullets up here, as you're following on internet, you're going to have download R for Linux, download R for Mac, download R for Windows. So depending on the version that you're using, I mentioned that personally, mine is Windows. So I click download R for Windows. The moment you click download R for Windows, what is going to happen? It is going to bring this particular page, which has R for Windows. I guess if in case you click for Linux or for Mac, it will tell you R for Mac. Here, the page is bringing that it's R for Windows. So what you do, you click on install R for the first time. And I say that another option on how to update the package that you have is to click is to reinstall again to the newest package. So currently, the newest package is R4.1.3 for Windows. So all you need to do is to come and click download R4.1.3 for Windows. If you click that, it is going to bring you an installation file. And all you need to do is to follow the prompts and see that R is installed on your computer. Okay, so that is the last step. So it would, the moment you get the EX installation file, which is when it's downloading on your computer, follow the prompts and see that all the steps that are being given to you are followed very well. How do we download and install Rstudio? Like I mentioned earlier, this is the URL that you go to. The moment you click on it, scroll down on that same page, and then you will see something like this, and then you click on downloading Rstudio for free. If you click on download, this is what is going to bring you. You're going to see Rstudio, the latest one. Then it is telling you there are 2 steps. First, install R with a mentality that we've already installed, then move on to download Rstudio desktop. So if you click on download Rstudio for Windows, what it's going to do, step number 3, it is going to bring this particular page. And all you need to do, what is your OS? Is it Windows? Is it a Ubuntu? Is it a Mac? And then automatically you follow, depending on the version of the computer that you have. If it is Windows, then you'll click on this extension, the Rstudio 2022.02.2-443.443.exe. Okay, the moment you click on this, then let it download and click on the prompts as they come. After downloading, you click on the downloaded file and then follow the prompts to install. Basically, those are the steps, and you need both R and Rstudio for statistical computing. Okay, let me check in the chat. So are we all set? Okay, Pauline is saying that I've been able to download it both, though I also don't have received the PDF yesterday. Okay. Okay, I think now we are set. We both have R and then Rstudio. Great, let's move on. I'm stopping to share that. Now I'm going back to share my, my slides. Okay, so we're still continuing. Why R? We've just seen on the previous slide, we just saw what is R, and now we are saying that why R. And what is most important is that R is reproducible, implying that the codes that you use in a one project, you can be able to reuse them in the next project. What is important here is that the moment you understand what exactly you want to do, because most of the things that we do in analysis, you have to import data. The moment data is involved, after that, what do you do? So within R, it is easy for you to set the tools available that make the coding easier. In that particular sense, I'm saying that the codes that can be used in one project can be reapplied in the other project. That is the point of reproducibility. And it has got a lot of libraries that can support you during your analysis. There's a question that was, what is the difference between R and Rstudio? And we are getting there. So what about Rstudio? Rstudio also provides a free and open source tool for R. Okay, some people, most of the time it is referred to as the integrated development environment for R. There are certain features that we are going to see in Rstudio as we are going to move on into the analysis, and we'll be talking about them every now and then. Okay, for example, the environment, the editor, the help space, and so on. And also Rstudio provides features to make using R and managing R much easier. All right, so what is the difference? We need to understand the difference between the two such that we are able to appreciate why we need to install both of them. So number one, I'm saying that R is a programming language used for statistical computing, all right? But Rstudio uses the R language to develop statistical program, okay? And then the other one is within R, you are able to write programs and run codes independently of any other computer program. But you need R alongside to use Rstudio. In other words, Rstudio cannot be used without R, yet R can be used independently without Rstudio. But we're going to see what is the relevancy of having Rstudio and R@Go. And then R may be used without Rstudio, but Rstudio may not be used without R. Within Rstudio, we are going to be able to save our codes. All the codes are being saved in Rstudio, and then the output or the results are executed in the R console. Okay, so I talked about installing R and Rstudio. Of course, there are various options that you can use. Okay, and these are other options, but since we already have them, I'm not going to look at that. Now, after downloading and installing Rstudio, the workspace that you need to see, it has to look like something like you're seeing on my screen. If both have been installed successfully on your computer, the moment you click on Rstudio, you should come up with this particular workspace, which has got 4 windows. It has got this one here where I'm putting the cursor. Then there is the one which shows that the environment. Then down here where we have the file, plot, packages, help, and view. And then we also have down here which has the console. So let me ask in the chat, in case you click on your Rstudio on your computer, do you come up with such a workspace that I'm showing you? Okay, yes, I'm still downloading. Okay, please click on Rstudio and see if you're coming up with the first. I have 3 windows. Okay, That is okay. We are going to see how do we get the 4. Yes, it looks like that. No, mine is a folder. Sure, yes. Okay. There are some saying that I've got 3 windows. That is, I know why you're seeing the 3 windows. So we are going to see how do we get the 4th window. Josephine is saying that mine is still installing. Yes, though I still have 4.1 downloading the newer version. Okay, 4 windows, fine, let's continue. So we are going to see, we are going to move on to details later. It could be why some people only, the ones that are showing that they have got 3 windows, it might be you're having this window down here, the one of the R, what you're seeing down here, it is the R console, where our codes will be executed. And then up here, we've got the Rstudio. Within the Rstudio, when you look at this workspace, it's where we're going to be writing all our codes, we save them, and then we will run them. And the output will be seen in the R console. Then this side, we are having on the right-hand side, the upper window, where you're seeing environment. Whatever that you're performing, all the data set that you've imported into R, you'll be able to see them stored in the environment, okay? And then down here, you'll be able to see your plots in case you're running a plot. You'll be able to see a plot. You'll be able to get various packages that you want in case you need help. R has got inbuilt commands that can support you to understand the package more, and also you can be able to view what you are doing. Okay, so let's move on. How to update R and Rstudio. Like updating R, like I mentioned earlier, R 4.1.3 is the latest R version. How do we do it? Option number 1, the easiest way to update R is to simply download the newest version. Okay, that is one of the quickest ways. What does that imply? The moment you download the newest, it is going to overwrite the old one with the current version. Okay, now the other one, it could be in case you want to update and you don't want to download to go ahead and bother yourself with downloading the newest version. Option 2, what are we going to do? It works in both ways. Go into your Rstudio. Maybe let me go back a little bit. I'm talking now to people who have got R already, because when I talk about Rstudio, my mind tells me that at least they know because they have got the old version. So when you open your Rstudio, in the first upper, on your left-hand side, the upper window, okay, where I'm putting the cursor now, here, it's where we're going to type our codes. Okay, so what is happening? Go into your Rstudio, okay, and type in the 3 commands we are having. We need to first install packages, installer R, okay. In case installer R, you already have it, in case you've already installed this particular package, all you need to do, just go and load library. You type library, okay, and type in the bracket, you put installer, install R. The moment you run that particular line, the next step is going to be update R. At the end, there is capital R and leave the bracket. The moment you click run in the Rstudio, leave it to run. And then after some time, you're going to, it will give you that you are using now the current version of what? Of R. Or the moment those codes run successfully, what you can do, you can restart R again. And the moment you restart R again, it will tell you now, when you check in the R console, it will show you that you're using R version 4.1.3. Like for my case, I also updated the newest version. So when I was trying to check again, this is the window that you have to get. That would, if you're using the recent version, it will tell you no need to update. You are using the latest R version, which is 4.1.3, and it will give you the date. This is the newest. it was updated on 10th of this month. So let me give you just a second, and I check in the chat that go to your Rstudio. In case you already have installer on your computer, you don't need to install it again. Just load that library. Click library, install R, then on the second line, after running the first one, update R and check and leave it to run. Okay. Mohammed is saying that please record the session. Don't worry, all the sessions are being recorded. And in case you miss out something during the training, you'll be able to check on, you'll be able to check through the webinar, the recorded ones on YouTube. I only have one window. Please, you can still do it in R alone. I'm left behind. My Rstudio, what will happen to packages when R is updated? Okay, a question that what will happen to packages when R is updated? Of course, R will still tell you the moment you update to the new version. You're going to, as you're updating, it will ask you, do you want to update also the old packages? All you need to do to type yes, that you need also the packages to be updated. But of course, there are also other ways on how to update the different packages in Rstudio. Hello, I can only see one window when I open R. When you're seeing one window, you clicked on R alone. Click on Rstudio. Rstudio is integrated within R, so it will come automatically with you'll have the Rstudio window. You'll have the 4 workspaces I'm talking about. Kindly post the questions in the Q&A. Please repeat the step to click again. The step to update. I only possess the console. Mwanda, still within the console, you can type in, you can write in the codes that are being shown on the PowerPoint, and then you run them. Within the console, we just enter. Within Rstudio, we click the run button. After installing, I could not see the R and Rstudio on the desktop environment. Please type in get in the search window and write Rstudio. The icon will come. If I download both R and Rstudio, it means will appear twice icons in my screen, right? No sign of updating. Okay, so right now we are trying to give some little time to people who are updating R and Rstudio. I go to R shortcuts, and neither of them gives me the three parts version. I'm seeing okay, maybe let me take just a step backward. In case you've got only 3 windows or 3 spaces, meaning that you have the R console, and then you have the environment and this other window on the right hand, but on the bottom. All you need to do, just go up and click on File. The moment you click File and then ask for a new one, I thought I'll do those steps as we start. Then automatically you'll come up with the 4th window. Just go to File, then from File you'll click New Script. Let me first check in the chat. If you said, then I can practically go and open. Okay, now this one has said, yeah, it has. My questions are not being answered. Okay, just the one who Abel, just type no. if it is asking, directing you to where you can. I have now gotten the three windows, thanks. Just go to File and then ask for a new window, ask for a new script. You'll get the fourth script. Okay. Okay, let me briefly stop sharing my PowerPoint and I get to Rstudio. Just briefly, then I'll get back. Okay. Okay, now I'm sharing my Rstudio. This is what I was talking about. Let me close. People who are having, are you seeing my screen now? I'm sharing my Rstudio. I'm also having only three windows. I've got the one of R, and it is showing me that I'm using for R 4.1.3. That is the latest version. Up here, I'm having Rstudio. Okay, and then when I look this particular side, it is telling me environment is empty. Okay, so I've not put anything so far. This is the other window I was telling you. You're going to see that whatever information you get in R, it is being stored in the environment, and you'll be able to see whether you've successfully imported it or not. We are going to get there. And then in this other window where I'm putting the cursor at the bottom, where I'm here, we are seeing files, we are seeing plots. Whatever plot that you will do when we get to data visualization, you're going to be able to see it here in this particular window. You can click on packages. It will tell you, still some of us have been asking, what about updating packages? You can, the moment you download a newer version, it will ask you that, do you want to update the packages in the older version? All you need to click is to tell R that yes. But you can also update packages from here. You come and click packages. In case you want to install a package, you can click install, or in case you want to update a certain package. Okay, it is telling you that you check for updates. Then you click on that. We also have the help window. In case there's something, in case you need more information on something, how you do it. Okay, and then so looking at the three windows that I have, somebody was asking, how do I create the third one? Just check what I'm going to do. Just come and click on File. The moment you click on File on top of your Rstudio, then click on Move Your and say New File. As you see the way I'm moving, then you move up to R script. The moment you click on that, it automatically brings the fourth window. In case you see that procedure is hard, all you need to do is click on where I'm putting, it is where I'm putting the hand. It is showing you new file. You can just click on it. The moment you click on it, it will automatically also bring a new document, a new workspace where you can work in. So like I said, this is in the app here, it is our Rstudio, where you can write your packages, you install packages, you write your commands, and then you install packages, you write your commands, and then we've got the run button. You're able to run all your commands. And the moment you run your commands, the results are being executed in the R console. Whatever we do up here, we see the results down here. But like I mentioned earlier, R can be used independent of Rstudio. You can also come and type your codes in the R console. But why we are interested in Rstudio is that we are able to save our commands and reuse them. Reproducibility, which I talked about, we are able to save and reuse them again. So let me ask in the chat, is it okay now? Kindly direct the questions in the Q&A. I was trying to read a certain question and then it disappeared. So Peter is saying we are good to go. Okay, fine. Hope you've seen how now you get the four All right, let's proceed. So I'm skipping that. So for those of you that wanted to update, I said in case you don't have the installer package, you need to install it. I'll talk more about installation as we move on, but I'm talking to people that want to update. You type the code is install.packages, and inside the bracket, okay, you put quotes install R. And then on the second line in the R console, okay, you type in library installer. Then you put update R. And then as you follow the prompts, R should be, in case after installing everything, if you're not seeing any effect, restart R again, close that window, and then open it again and check in the R console. Is it showing version 4.1.3? The moment you see that, it implies that automatically now you're using the latest version. Okay, let's see. When we move on, what about Rstudio? How do we update Rstudio? So with Rstudio, what we are going to do, we are going to go into Rstudio to the help menu in the top bar. And then we are going to click on a help menu. We click check for updates. Maybe let me stop here and I share my R again. Okay. All right. So for those who have been updating, we mentioned that you need to install packages as our command. And then inside here, I say that you put installer R. That is in case it is not installed. The moment it is installed, the next step is going to be to load it. Library, you're loading installer R. I already downloaded it, so that's why I don't want to go through this particular step. Then the third step is update. It is update R. All you need to do is to run these particular lines. I don't want to install it again because I already have the package on my computer. Then when you come to this library install R, you just need to, at the end of the line, or you come to click on, you run the current line. After running that, you come on the third line, you put the cursor and then click run. The moment you run, you'll be seeing all the results down here. Like I mentioned, I'm using the latest, so I don't need to update. This is for the case of R programming language. Why, the moment that is done, we've talked about Rstudio. So under Rstudio, you come, how do you update Rstudio? You come and click help. After help, you come and click check for updates. The moment you click check for updates, if you're seeing my screen, it is telling me that no update available. You are using the newest version of Rstudio. But in case if it wasn't the latest version, it would have brought for me a script to direct me on what to do. Or in case I'd not updated it earlier, it will tell me that there is a newer version now of Rstudio. Do you want to update? Then you either say yes, and then you follow the prompts, or you say no. But for my case, it is telling me that I'm using the latest version of Rstudio. So there is no reason for me to update. So here I click OK, because there is no effect of anything that I'm going to do. Recap one. Okay, I'm sharing back. So when you go to Rstudio, this is what it will give you. Go to help, then click check for updates. If you're using the latest version, you'll automatically, it will bring you this particular window, like what I've just showed you, okay? And otherwise, it will direct you to the website on how to download the latest version. On the other website, which we used initially earlier on how to download Rstudio, that's where it will take you. Okay, now let me ask in the chat. Those of you we are supposed to update our and Rstudio. Is it okay now? Have you been able to update? Ahmed, update. I don't know what that one means. Can I run the 3 commands once? Yes, it is very possible. You just need to give it time. I'm stuck. I'm getting errors. Yes, already updated. Could not, cannot. It is okay. If you're having version 4.1.1, I told you now for you need to update because we need the latest version. We are good to go. I've already installed the newest version. Maybe a thing that you have to note in mind is that R is case sensitive. Now somebody is saying that he's failing to install he's using package installer. It is installer. I mean, there is an error. You're typing in INSTALLER. There is no E. That's why it is telling you that that package is not available. You're typing in a wrong package. It has installer R, not installer with E. So that's the reason you're getting that error. It doesn't have it. Great. Andrew, I've seen that. Thank you. That's why I was telling him to follow you on how to update. All right. Wycliffe, yes, also that procedure can work. Great. Wycliffe has posted another way on how you can update R and Rstudio. Thank you so much. You know, sometimes Usman, I'm giving you an answer why you're getting an error. Please listen. Why it is telling you it's an error, because you're typing in a wrong package. It is not installer. There is no E. It is NISTALLR. Okay, that is great. So can we continue? Okay. Yes, Steve, that is great. In case you get an error, for example, it is complaining that it doesn't have that particular package. Please check the spelling of the package that you've typed in. Maybe it is saying, you know, because whatever you've typed, it's something different from what R knows. So be very careful. R is case sensitive. So in case you used an A and then later used a capital A, those two things are being seen differently. So now let's move on to R and its associated packages and see. So once R and Rstudio is installed, I'm glad that right now we know the difference between the two. You will have base R, you need associated packages that are going to support you as you're doing the analysis. R has got million packages, but the point is to understand what kind of analysis do I want to do? And then you ask yourself, with this analysis, I need this particular package. You only load the package that applies to the kind of analysis that you're going to do. Otherwise, you cannot install everything. So most of the time, you start with small packages, but as you build on, you get to know, well, in case I'm going to run maybe experimental design, what package do I need? And then now those particular people will get to know that, well, under this is the package that I need. In case you're going to do regression, what kind of package do you need? So that you don't just install everything, that even the ones that are not necessary. Okay, so there are various options on how packages can be installed, like I showed you earlier. Most of the time, we use install.packages, and then in bracket, in the quotes, you put the package name. That is a command, okay? So, or you can go to tools and then install packages in Rstudio. For example, let me close this, and then I share my R script again. This is the script that I showed you earlier. When you come to your R console, how do you install packages? I mentioned that you use the install.packages command. It is always like this. Watch my first line. Okay. When you look at the first line, that is the command that I'm going to use to install a package. When it comes to, like I mentioned earlier, when you are going to carry out different analysis, you need, with R, you need to, in case I talked about experimental designs, which we are going to still learn about, it's going to be very interesting for the instructor to tell you that now when we come to experimental design, you need this kind of package. And all you need to do is to add it on the previous packages that you had. And I said that in that particular case, we are going to use install.packages. There are various ways on how to install packages. Then you can say another option could be, you can say tools, and then you click here, install packages. That is also another option. Another option could be you come and click packages, and then you come here and click install. The moment you click install, it will bring you a window, and then you type in the package that you want. You can type multiple packages at a go, or you can type one package or one by one. And then after that, you come and click install. So there are various options depending on what is easy for you. So I'm going to cancel that. But what is important after installing the packages, because we install the packages from the R crane, where in that particular case, you need internet. The moment packages are installed on your computer, you don't need internet anymore. All you need to do is to load these packages by using the command library. If you're seeing the word library, within the library command, what you do is you load now the package that you installed. Okay, like initially we had install R, which you put in double quotes, like install R. Now, after installing it, what you need to do is to come and load it under the library command. After loading that particular, after loading the package that you want, then after you are set to go and move on and do the different analysis that you want. Like that I mentioned, when you go to the Crane website, our project Crane website, there are a lot of packages, over 1 million packages. But what is important is for you to get to know, what analysis am I going to do, and then what are the specific packages that I need. But there are some common ones. For example, in case you want to import data into R, I mean, it is the same story. You'll always use the way you're going to import R or to export data from R. Those are similar packages that you can reuse on various projects that you have. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing this and I go back to my PowerPoint. So if you answer in the chat. Thank you. Okay, that's in case you're posting questions, please check in the Q&A. They are sending responses and then we move on. Okay, I've already talked about you can have you can install multiple packages in case you want to do that. Apart from the installer, like I mentioned, there are various packages. For example, we have the Tidyverse, we have the ReadXL, the dplyr, the GGBR, and so on. But it's also good to get to know, where am I installing this particular package? The relevancy, such that it supports you really to understand, to enable you to know what you're going to do. For example, I was mentioned here that ReadXL package, okay? It enables you to read files from Microsoft Excel, okay? And we're going to see other packages that we need. For example, Tidyverse is going to support us in case you're doing any data manipulation, okay? Or you want to do data visualization. A Tidyverse package will be good for you. Even dplyr. Those are some of the packages that we'll keep recalling every now and then. All right, I've talked about the moment you have packages installed, it is also good that you can also update the packages on your computer, like updating R and then Rstudio. You can as well update the what? You can as well update the packages. So, I was mentioning that already, that when it comes to, you can, as you're installing, as you're updating R or Rstudio, in case you're downloading to the newest version, in case you're updating, R will reach somewhere and tell you, as you're updating the newest version, is it okay to update your packages? Then it will be good for you to state that, to click yes, such that you are able to. I call in. Okay. Yes, I was talking about you can update the packages in R, and it also, in case you're downloading, in the process, as you follow the prompts, the packages can also be automatically updated. At this particular moment, I would like to invite the director, DGRT, Makerere University, to have a word for us. Professor Buyenza, you're most welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Namaweje. I'm very sorry for coming in rather late. I should have done this, my opening remarks at the inception of this training. But as you may expect, I had conflicting engagements in the morning. I couldn't make it. Nonetheless, I've had opportunity to listen to you, I think for the last 1 hour, and I just feel envious of the trainees that are attending this training, because this is really topical and it's quite important to anybody that aspires to be a researcher. That said, thank you very much, and my special thanks go to Ruforum, our regional network that has really supported this engagement. The resource persons, I know my colleague, Professor Tumwebaze, my brother, Dr. Thomas Odong, and many colleagues that have done the administration, like Dr. Francis Otto. Thank you very much, all of you, for really finding time to put up this package. We last had a primary training in other language. I think that was in 2015. It was convened by the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, SLU, here at Makerere. That time, of course, I attended the first 2 days, and really I bear testimony of the importance of this kind of training. Of course, colleagues, many of you that are Ugandan, you know very well, we've had our traditional statistical packages, softwares that we've used over time, SPSS, SAS, and many others. I will tell you that with the time, I don't know whether the data manipulation is becoming more complex. Many of these have become deficient, that they may not provide the kind of interpretive capacity that you require. Making sense of data, as a director of research and graduate training at Makerere, I will tell you that making sense of data is an essential skill that each of us in the academia need really to acquire. It is in our interest. You cannot afford, to lie back and believe that this is for those that are preoccupied with quantitative data management. Not at all. Even if it is qualitative, following Dr. Neren here, I could see that really, even if you are in a qualitative data management, you need this kind of language for you to survive many research questions in the future. I've also noted that this is an open source software. with really many futures, as Dr. Namaweje has exhibited here. And really, it is only fair that you are really committed, the trainees are committed, you go through the whole entire package as it has been assembled, such that you can appreciate, develop the skill, and be able to use, you know, this de facto standard sort of language for writing statistical softwares. Of course, personally, I know that really creating statistical analysis solutions, getting something that gives you solutions to our statistical challenges that we face on a daily basis is really something that we should appreciate. And I think we can only be indebted to the forum that identified this competent team of resource persons and also resources to enable the training to happen. I know for sure, listening to Dr. Namaweje from the beginning, I know that this sort of this software, you can do a lot. I've seen the Rstudios as that very powerful user interface. I'm not very familiar with the R as a language, but I could only admire that interface that you get and the visual representation, the data that you know, you will be able to present in different ways. Friends also tell me that this language, this R sort of language, that you can be able to import, export data from various sources. You can imagine, you know, developing that capacity to manipulate independent subsets, you know, is really something that you should take seriously, because I will tell you, it could be your only niche that will make you special compared to other academics in either your department. Okay, and I know for sure that many of us, of course, once you've acquired the skill of using one statistical package, then you believe you can survive, you know. But I will tell you, in our field of research, which is becoming very competitive, that you may find even funding agencies that may say, analysis, we want you to use R, we want you to use S, we want to use this particular special package. So you may lose that opportunity. Okay, you cannot stand somewhere in a corner and say, after I can do very well, I have enough to use for, if I need linear regression, multiple regression, binary logistic, I can use this tool alone. I will tell you, with the time you'll discover when it's late, that tool may not be robust enough as R. So I want to thank you, colleagues. And I know for sure that in the coming, is it 1 day or 2 days, you'll be able to really show associations in R. For example, us who are of the other century, who talk of the chi-square test of independence, how do I now bring it in R? If I'm used to Pearson correlation, how do I still also survive? If I use this Spearman rank correlation, how do I bring it in to work with the R language? I think that will be important. In addition to helping our researchers do very good data cleaning, we've had a little bit of a problem that people present data that is not clean, raw data. So it makes it very difficult for you to do data framing. And our managers here, those that are doing data mining, have a very big problem, either with our PhD students' data or even a faculty when they present their data. You cannot use that data to develop decision structures. That has been our problem here. So I'm happy that this training has come, and it is being really facilitated by eminent people that I hold in high esteem. So as Makerere and Directorate of Research in particular, we really commit our total administrative support to this kind of training because it's the way to go. Okay, we need to build the research capacity of students and faculty at all the times, and that is, you know, it is a lifelong experience. We have to continue acquiring and also retooling our staff at regular intervals. So thank you very much, colleagues. I will just wish you fruitful deliberations. Look forward to receiving a copy of this training at the end of the engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Buyenza, for the great remarks. Like Professor Buyenza has mentioned, that it's a wonderful package. All we need to see that can we really spare time and see that we are able to grasp the different concepts. He mentioned about like how do we shoot people to seeing the association between the relationships of the variables. I want to promise you that it's part of the training, it's part of the package. Like we sent you the concept note, everything is there. But what is important that usually on the first day, our participants needs to know how do I install R, how do I download it? And then thereafter that, the moment that is in place and it's very clear, then we dig into how do you do the association. That is the explanatory data analysis, and it's going to be covered tomorrow. Yeah, I bet that you also get, I bet that you'll also receive your expectation. Thank you so much for your time. And I still ask you that in case you have time, please, you can join our training until Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, now participants, that was Professor Buyenza, Director Research and Training at Makerere University, and we are still working under his docket because he deals with graduate students. So now let's proceed from where we stopped, and then we continue. Okay, now as we move on, there's also another important concept that we can get help in R. Sometimes when you're trying to manipulate the different softwares, for example, like we're saying that with R as an open source, maybe as you are working, you get stuck somehow. But what is interesting that R can be able to support you. I don't know whether we need to mute echoes. Is that fine? Okay. Yes, we are sorting out something. Yeah, I was saying that we can use R to support us to understand certain concept. And when we get to R, how do we do that? We are going to use the help command because, you know, sometimes as we know with the different softwares, maybe you need to understand the different arguments. How am I supposed to state my command, which is supposed to come first, and all that particular information. So what happens is that R has got an R document or inbuilt material which can support you to understand on the many things that you might need to need. I'm going to stop here, then I share my R script again. So for example, when you come to Rstudio, you might be interested to understand more, maybe what does mean, what does chi-square mean, and how do I use it? So what we do, we usually type the help. Help is the command that can support you to understand more, to get more details on a certain interest that you want to know about. So assuming I want to get to know about, maybe I type in help mean. The moment I type in that, all I need to do is to come and run my line there. The moment I click run, if you see very well in the R console, what is happening that it brings whatever you type in the Rstudio. When you look in the R console, we say R console, you're going to be seeing the output that you get, okay? It is going to show you help mean, but when you look in the help window on your right-hand side in the bottom one, it will tell you that about the arithmetic mean, giving you more details. And it will give you the description, the generic function of the trimmed arithmetic mean. It will give you the usage. How do you use that particular command? For example, it will tell you that, within mean, we start with this and this. Then R will explain to you the different arguments that you can feed inside a particular command, and it will tell you everything. It goes ahead to give you various examples that you can apply. All the arguments are being explained, the values that you can use. Sometimes it gives you the references that are being used, and also an example that can support you for you to understand what exactly you want to look at. Okay, in case maybe in case you don't use the help command, you can type a question mark, and then in front of the question mark, you write in whatever that you want more details about. If you click on it, it will still give you similar result. Or for example, you can say, maybe I need the help on how to use let's say the t-test. The moment you type that, sometimes automatically R will tell you what happens that the t-test performs 1 and 2 sample t-tests on the vectors of data. Or after that, you can also, in case you want more details, you can click on the command at the end of the line and click run. The moment you click run, your mind should run directly under the help window, because that's where everything is happening. And it will tell you that it's a student test. It will give you more description. It will give you the usage, what the different arguments inside the command, the ones that can be applied, as well as their various explanations and what they mean. It will show you more details, and it will further go ahead and give you various examples at the end. Most of the time at the end, when you scroll down in the help window, it will give you examples that can support you to understand the command very well. And then thereafter, you see how you can apply it direct on the data set that you have. That is the help command. Because as you move on, at one point in time, when you're trying to build more confidence with a package, with the R programming language, you might get stuck, but then we can use the help command, the R inbuilt documents support us to understand how we can use these commands. Okay, I'm sharing back my Word document. That was the help, so I can move on. Also, the other thing, we are saying that you can do some basics in R. For example, R can be used as a calculator. In case you want to assign variables in R, you can use an equal, and we use an equal sign or a less minus sign to assign variables. Like I've been mentioning, R is case sensitive. If you use a capital S somewhere, then don't reach somewhere and change to a small a, because it will look at it as a new variable. Also, the other thing that is important to understand, that most of the time, before we step into importation of data into R, we need to understand our variables. For example, most of you, in case you've moved out for data collection, you've come across categorical data variables. For example, let's take a common one like gender. Under gender, you are either a male or a female. That is categorical in nature. You can talk about the type of colors and say red, blue, orange, and so on. Or you can talk about an academic rank like associate professor, assistant, and then professor. So all these are categorical variables. They are just examples. But still, you need to tell R that when you come to this variable, in case you're going to analyze this particular variable, which categorical in nature, you need to tell R that it is a what? That it's categorical. And as we move on, R calls towards categorical variables as factors. So we'll have to tell R that we use a fact. Let's look at this particular variable as a factor because it is categorical in nature. Let me first go back shortly in R, and then we move on. Yes, under here, I was saying that R is case sensitive. For example, you say that it can be used as a basic calculator, whatever that you want. Maybe you can say 2 plus 2. All you need to do after writing whatever that you want, you click the run button, and you're going to see the output in the R console. So it will tell you the code that you've written and then the output. All right. Maybe you can say that 6 maybe plus 8 and then minus 4. All you do that after writing, you come and click the run button. Like I said, within the Rstudio, we write the codes and then the results are executed in the R console. This bottom window here, it's the R console. I say that R is case sensitive. Sometimes you might want to assign variables. You can say that maybe age, if it's your variable, that is equal to 20. So the moment you run such a variable and you look in your environment, R is going to store a rate that, okay, I've seen a variable age, it has a value 20. And the moment maybe you say that age plus maybe 3, because it is already stored on your second line, the moment you run it, when you check in your R console, it is going to pick what you stored earlier, and then it gives you the final answer. In this particular case, it's age plus 3. It picked the 20, it added the 3. However, for the case of sensitivity, in case you wrote capital G and you say that this one is equal to 20, R is going to look at this particular line and then the one with capital G differently because it is case sensitive. So you have to ensure that you are consistent as you're writing down your commands. Oh, and the other thing, in case you don't want to use an equal sign, you can assign a variable by saying, typing a less, and then you say 20. That this is another version on how you can write that particular code of assignment. And the moment, okay, let's say maybe we say, let me add something else such that we see the difference. In case I type that as my code and I run, so it will also going to come in the environment and is telling me that now it is 30. So it has been stored. So you can either use an equal or you can use a less or dash. But end of the day, as we advance in this week's training, we are going to see these words are going to be used all the time. Can you assign a particular variable? You assign it A, B, C, and D. The moment they talk about assign, what should come at the back of your mind that you can either use an equal sign or a less dash sign. Okay, I'm getting back to the slides. All right, so this part of factor, we are going to look at it when we get to R. Now let's move on. It is also interesting because most of the time what happens with data is that we go to the field, collect data, put it in Excel, and then later we import it into R, or we import it into any software. So R looks at different data sets as a data frame. So a data frame is the language with R. So it represents a typical data table that a researcher comes up like a spreadsheet. For example, in case you're seeing on the screen, I've got a rank as my variable, discipline as a variable, and then years since PhD. This was just data set from, remember, R as a programming language, it also has field data sets that can support you as you want to learn more things. So this is a data set that was picked from one of the data sets from our website. So it has a rank of a professor, it has a rank variable, which is categorical. It has professor, assistant professor, then associate. It has a variable of discipline, which has B and A. And then it also has years since PhD. These are numerical in nature. These we are going to see how do you read such variables in R. It is always important to understand the characteristics of your data frame. The moment I talk about a data frame, just have at the back of your mind that it is a data set. R refers to data frames as a data set. The data set that you're going to use, most of the time, the column names should be non-empty. Okay, and then the row names should be unique. Those are the respondents that we get. And then data stored in the data frame, or call it a data set, can either be numeric, can either be a factor or a character. And then we are saying that each column should contain some number of data items. So we are going to look at that. Now, when we move on to the level of measurements, it's also everything rotates under the same thing, understanding your data. It is very important that before you do any analysis, you know what your data is all about. I was talking about a variable. Maybe the variable, in this particular case, I gave an example as a gender. And then the attributes that are being involved, these are the various levels of that particular variable. Like for gender, it could either be a female or it could be a male. I talked about colors, which has got, you can have the different colors that you are interested in. Another example, when we are looking at the level of measurements, it is important to understand the relationship of the values that are assigned to the attributes of a particular variable. For example, maybe sometimes if your variable is party affiliation and the various levels or the attributes, one could be a Republican, could be independent, could be Democrat. And then you can assign ones because there are some packages. For example, now in R, you can work at both levels. Either you leave the names there as attributes, or you can use the what? You can use their values. But when at the back of your mind, you know that when I'm executing my code, 1 means this, 2 means this, and then 3 means this. So such that we're able to see that particular relationship of between the values assigned and then the variable that you have. It is also important to understand the types of levels. For example, everything is back on the data set. Like I mentioned earlier, before even you move to go to the field, what variables are you going to collect? Among the levels of measurements, we have the nominal, the ordinal, the interval, and then the ratio. Sometimes the interval and the ratio are referred to as scale measurements. And in case your variable is nominal in nature, it implies that the value of the name or the name there is no ordering. Ordering is not important. So the name does not imply any form of ordering. It doesn't matter. For example, maybe if you're talking about gender, you can say that gender is nominal in nature because there's nothing like order. Whether the first one is a male or female, it doesn't matter. Talk about colors, talk about types, and so on. Whereas with ordinal variables, in this particular case, the rank or the ordering is very important. So you need to check that in case I'm collecting my particular variables, does this particular variable have any kind of ordering in it? Such that as you analyze, it also supports the kind of analysis that you're going to do. For the case of the interval and the ratio, I talked about, you can look about the distance in between, maybe in case you're looking at temperature and you're looking at temperature maybe, and then you're looking at also the distance between certain points, maybe between 30 and 40 is the same distance from 70 to 80. Okay, so why is it important for you to understand the different levels of measurements? Like I mentioned, it helps you to decide what statistical analysis is appropriate for the study that you're going to do. Otherwise, if you don't, you'll end up doing wrong analysis. Remember, you're feeding into R. Whatever you feed into R, it will give you a result. Most of the time, if you feed in wrong results, automatically you'll come up with wrong things. So everything starts on your data, the data set that you're having. It will help you to decide the kind of analysis you're going to do, and also how are you going to interpret your result, because it is always important. After getting the results, you've gotten the right analysis, you've gotten the results or the output. How are you going to explain them? There are some variables, for example, when I talked about the ratio. Under ratio, an absolute value is very important. Maybe you can say we did not receive any client in the past 1 month. So implying that it was 0 clients. So in that particular case, it's very meaningful. So still, in your data collection, if your variable belongs to a scale, does maybe a 0 have a meaning, or it's a missing data point? Okay. So under the hierarchy, the different levels, all you need to understand in your data set, is it nominal, is it ordinal, is it an interval, or it's a ratio? Interval or ratio, those are scales. So most of the time with the nominal or the ordinal, we are going to check whether they are categorical or not categorical. As we move on, it is also important to understand the variable type and the data analysis that we are going to do. We are going to see all this in this particular week because now we've moved on to how to analyze a data set. Okay, we're having what we call univariate analysis. In case uni means one, and you need to understand within my data set, is the variable I'm considering, is it categorical or it is scale? If it is categorical, then what method of analysis am I going to use? This thing should be on your fingertip because it is the basis of all the analysis. It doesn't matter the field you're in, whether you're in agriculture, whether you're in economics, whether you're in social sciences, but all these things apply, the same principles. For example, in case you're doing one categorical variable, we are going to see this in R in more details. The method of analysis, you're going to run frequencies and you're going to get percentages. And you can represent one categorical data visually with either pie chart or a bar chart. If it is one scale variable, for example, let's talk about age. In case age is not categorized, you can do a summary statistics as the method of analysis. And then with visualization, you run a histogram. That is for the case uni. You can have like 10 variables, but sometimes you need to first understand what is the behavior of the variables that I want. Then after considering one at a time. With bivariate, as we are going to move on, we are going to see, in case you're using one categorical and one scale variable, we are going to run, the method of analysis is comparison of means or an over analysis of variance. And most of us, I think you've heard about this particular bit theoretically, maybe during the lectures or in class, but now we are going to see how do we do it in R. And then with visualization, we can do a bar chart or a line chart. If you're having two categorical variables, we do what we call a cross tabulation or a chi-square. This is what the director was talking about. And then visually, you can have the bar chart that are clustered or stacked. And in case of two scale variables, we are going to do correlation coefficients, the Pearsons and so on. And visually, you can have a scatter plot. So basically, when it comes to nominal or ordinal variables, they are categorical in nature, but you need to distinguish between the two. With the univariate analysis, I said it is one. With bi, you're looking at relationship between two variables. Now, as we try to move on to R, we are going to see R scripts and then comments. Within, how are we going to get the R script? I've already shown this, but I'm going to show it again. How you move to file, new script, and then R script. So it is also important that as you're opening your R script, all right, you add comments. The comments, they act as reminders. They help you to maybe you can take like 2 days without opening your R file. So, but in case you had put comments, you can quickly read through and you're able to be reminded and move on very fast. So the comment icon, which is in form of like a ladder, it is always important, and we're going to see that in R as we are running. And then here we are saying we are moving on to also something very important, importing data. Okay, before we work with our data in R, we need to first import it wherever it is. And it's quite interesting. I'm so impressed that even the director knows that you can import various, whatever files that you have and bring them to R, different data files. It could be in SAS, it could be in SPSS, it could be in Stata, whatever, because it can work with the various packages. All you need to do, in case you have your data set in SAS, you can import it in R. If you've got your data set in SPSS, you can still import that particular file in R or Stata, and you will be able to use that. So now what is important here is that there are various ways of how you can import your data in R, but also it is important to understand how those particular files are being stored such that you import them in R. All right, so what I'm going to do, we are going to basically the mostly commonly used saving styles that we are going to use in R. Sometimes you can save as a CSV, or you can save as XISX. So we are going to see how do we import data in R, and then the moment data is imported, how do we move on with the analysis. Among the most important packages that we are going to use is the readr. This one, it's important when you're importing data set that is being saved as with an extension of CSV file in Excel. Then the readxl is the package is going to help us when we are importing data set saved as XLSX. I've mentioned about other packages, the dplyr, the tidyverse, the ggplot2 that are going to support us when we are having to have clear presentation of the graphs that we want that support our publication, among others. I've also mentioned that Haven package also support us in case you're importing data from SAS, SPSS, Stata, and so on. But like I mentioned, it is always good to use a package that it's really that is important for you. Now, we are going to go into R and look at various ways of how we can import data. Then after that, we'll do, we are going to import various types, and then we will move on. We need first installing the packages that we need, and then thereafter, we'll move on how do we load these packages and do the importation. I'm going to close this. I kindly ask you, go to the folder that I sent, which has got the one material on your computer, and then open the salary script. It has salary.r script is what we are going to use. Within that same folder, there are two data sets. Maybe let me first share one of the data sets that is there. Within the folder that I sent, we've got this particular data set. It is which I named work salaries as the name that I saved. When you look on the top of that particular data set, it has got work salaries.xlsx. That is the extension file it has. Most of our Excel files are saved with that particular extension. Okay, and we're also going to see another still the same Excel sheet, but saved also in a different way. All these things are being done in case you're going to the field and you have your data within an Excel file. This is how it looks like. It has got on the first row, it has got the description of the variables. We have rank, we have discipline, we have years since PhD, we have years of service, we have sex, we have salary. We're looking at the different factors that affect the salary of an academician, especially in the rank of a professor, assistant professor, and an associate professor. So this is how the data looks like. And it's what we want to import in R. Like I mentioned, just a reminder, in the Google Drive, this data set is there. Okay, in case you're wondering how this data was saved, most of the time, what is happening is that on the top of, when you look at this particular Excel, go to File and then come and click Save As. The moment you click Save As, it will ask you, where do you want to save your Excel from? Maybe I can pick a certain folder on my computer. When you check, the point I'm driving home, it's about the different saving types. When you come here, it is showing you Save As type. When you click here, it gives you various forms on how you can save your data. But I said with the common ones in R that we are going to use the Excel workbook, which is the .xlsx, and then we have the other one that is called the CSV, which is the comma delimited, the one that I'm highlighting. And so the moment you save your file, it will have that particular extension. So we are going to work with two kinds of the saving styles that we are having here. But also, in case you have your data saved as a text, you can also still import it in R. It doesn't matter. You just need to know what format was my data saved such that I'm able to import it in R. All these things are important such that you are able to know the right package to use. I'm not going to save this as just showing you what to do. I'm going to just cancel that. Sorry. Okay, now that I'm going to answer that. Now, in case still, let me also open the share the same data set saved in a different style. I'm going to recap that. And let me share this. In case I share again my Excel sheet. Now, this time around, what I'm showing you, it is the same data set, but when you look at the top, it is saved as work salaries.csv, comma delimited. And still we are going to see, how do I import my data in case it's saved as an XLSX, the workbook Excel, and what about the one with CSV? Okay, somebody is saying that a recap on how to save. Like the way we've been saving our usual documents, you know, all you need to do, go to File. The moment you click on File, I'm going to use Save As because it is already saved. I click Save As. I pick any folder on my document. For example, in case I choose that folder, automatically it is telling me that my Save As type, it is CSV, comma delimited. It is what I'm interested in. But in case I wanted to change the saving type, all I need to do is come at the end and click on the drop down. It will bring you various saving formats that you want, and then it will be up to you to pick the kind of saving style that you want, that you want to use to support you as you're getting data in R. Hopefully that is clear. I don't want to save because it is already saved. And when you check in the folder that we sent, it has got both these two files. It has got the work salaries, which is saved with an extension of XLSX, and then an extension of the CSV, because those are the commonly used ones. They're the ones that we want to learn in this particular training. I'm not going to save, I'm going to cancel, and then we'll get back. Okay, so let me ask in the chat, can I get video of the lecture? Okay, my Rstudio does not have to run. Okay, I will still encourage you, kindly post the questions in the Q&A and you'll get an instant response. Professor Susan and Dr. Thomas, on the computer answering all the questions that you're posting, such that we're able to move on the same page. So I'm asking the chat, can we now move on to see how we import data into R? Are we on the same page up to this particular stage? Okay, Sam is saying that yes, Andrew, yes, Okoth, yes, absolutely, great. We are good and learning. Okay, all right, let's continue. I'm not seeing any no, so it implies that we are all on the same page. Okay, now let's go on. Hussein is saying that no, kindly post, in case you have a question, please post it in the Q&A. Then you'll be able to get a response immediately. Somebody is saying no and yes, so dual answer. So I don't know what that one means. You're saying no and yes. I'm wondering how to judge that. Okay, now I'm going to share my Rstudio. Okay. Please open your R scripts. It's what we are now going to start. I sent an R script, which I labeled salary, which I saved salary. Okay, now what we are going to do, we've seen the data set that we want to import. All you need to know, where is your data set on your computer? Have you put it on the desktop? Have you put it in your My Documents? Because it is important. You need to direct R that the data I want to analyze, it is saved in a certain folder. So that is also very important. Remember what I mentioned earlier, that as we are going to start data importation, okay, whereby R is referring to as a data frame, but it's a data set in our usual language, okay? We need to install certain packages. How did I get this script? Remember how I opened this one that I've been using? Remember, if you want to save it, all you need to do is to come and click save. The moment you click save, you automatically you have to direct where to save your work. Okay, maybe you can type in your name. I can put, maybe I can type day one. That is my day one. If you click save, that's why you're coming up with this particular extension, day1.r. So all the files that you see that has got an extension of R, what should come at the back of your mind that those are R script, and you can run them using R and Rstudio. Okay, so now in the salary script that I sent, how do we get a new script? All you need to do, you can either click file, new file, and then you go and click R script. If you don't want to do that, you can just come and click here. The moment you click this R, if you're seeing where I've put the hand, if you click on it, it will automatically bring a drop down, and it will ask you, do you want an R script? Then the moment you click on it, automatically you're going to get an empty one. That's why when you're seeing on my script here, I've got different windows opening. So I can have multiple R windows that are being open where I can work from. So I was just showing you, how did I get the salary R script? It was in the, I got in a new script, then I saved it, R script, like how I've showed you. So go to your computers. In the folder that you picked from the Google Drive on your computer, we are going to see how do we import the work salaries dataset saved in different ways. But before we do that, we need to install certain packages that are really very important. If they are not installed, in case after installing them, step number 2, we need to load them. I'm using the same script that I sent you, but remember we are having different computers. I've talked about the install.packages command, what you need. I talked about some of the common packages that you will always need in every analysis. For example, in case you're going to import data and do data manipulation. Like for the case of a tidyverse, it supports in data manipulation. Because you're going to do manipulation and you'll always need it. Then the read XL, that is a package that's supporting you to read, to import data into R that is saved as XLSX. The read R, it is going to help you to read data that is saved as CSV. The dplyr, it is also for data manipulation. As we move on, you're going to see that maybe we include other packages like the ggplot, which supports in having good data visualization. So I'm not going to install these packages again because I have them on my computer. I've already installed them. However, in your case, if you haven't, kindly run line per line. Okay, for example, you can come at the end of tidyverse and then run. You're going to, all the results will be executed in the R console. Maybe before we move on, in case you're not, in case you want to clear your R console, what you can do such that you're able to work very well with a clear one, you just need to type Control L. The moment you type Control plus L, the console will clear and become very clean. When you look at my environment, it has got values at ages 20, then age 30. If you want to clear, if you want to come up with a clean environment, we are going to use the command rm in bracket list, which is equal to ls, then this. Rm means remove. Then inside Rm, we are putting list. The list implies that whatever variables or values that are being stored in the environment, all of them, remove, delete them, and let it be empty. So in case I run this particular line and I look in my environment, it is going to show me that there is nothing stored, or there's nothing that has been stored in the memory. Sometimes you could be working on many projects and you want to see what exactly is happening, but when your environment is tied up with a lot of things, you can clear them up and then start working afresh such that you're able to see the connection of your environment and the analysis that you want to do. Now, the moment you install your packages, after installation, you have to run these packages. Okay, for example, I use the library command. I can at the end, and then I run that line. Please, if you've opened this particular script, let's do it together. As I work out here, also work at your end. Okay, I'm going to run the next line, library learner R. I learn the library dplyr, then the read XL. Each time you run a line, it goes on the next step. And everything I'm seeing it in the what? In the R console. Sometimes you might say like, no, I don't want to run line per line. All you need to do is just highlight all your libraries that you want to use and click run. If you check them in the console, in case they are successfully installed, you will see only the blues in the R console. If they are not successfully installed, you're going to get errors. You'll have errors in the R console complaining about something that you need to rectify before you move on. So let me ask in the chat, have you been able to load your libraries? Let's first follow. Oh, okay. Okay. Yes. Boris, yes. Wycliffe, okay. Package is still installing. Let's first install. Still installing, not quite. George is asking, how do we load them? We use the library command. All right. Someone is asking for lunch, isn't it? Let's use the R script that I sent. Remember, one of the advantages of using R, the codes can be reproduced. So the point is understanding how to use these R codes, such that after here, you are able to apply them on your own data set. So Priska is saying installing R packages is in progress. In case you had these packages before, all you need to do is to load them. If you're still installing, let me give you 2 minutes as you install. If you're having an error, post the error in the Q&A such that you are helped. Can we save directly on CSV in Rstudio? Okay, we are going to see. Remember with the CSV, it's an extension. It's how you saved your Excel sheet, right? So we are going to see, and remember we've put a package, read R. Read R is the one that is going to support us to import the data set saved as CSV. Okay, loaded successfully. Mohammed, you're putting that there is an error. Just check how you've written dplyr. You've put space. There is no space. That's why it is giving you an error. It is dplyr put in bracket. Don't put space. That's why it is giving you an error. Prof, what do you suggest? We give a break? Prof, we give a break? Okay. As we are trying to install and then loading our packages, what we are going to do, we are going to take a break of 10 minutes. I know people are saying that a lot of comments are coming in, a break. So we're going to take a break of 10 minutes. So those of you who are still installing and loading, use the 10 minutes, such that after the 10 minutes, we are good to go. Okay, install and then load using the library command. So we are starting at 1:45. That is Ugandan time. Eh? It's 12 what? Okay, so it's at 12:45. So at 12:45, we are going to resume. Yes, we are going to resume at 12:45, and then now we continue. We need lunch time. Yes, we have. Remember, we are stopping at 2, so we are only going to give a short break. Sam is saying that no need to break. Okay, let's just take a break of 10 minutes as people are installing and loading libraries. Okay. These are the packages that we want to install and then load. Okay, welcome back from the short break. It's 12:45 Ugandan time. I think we can proceed. And let me hope you enjoyed the short break. We are also downloading packages. Please show the command below. Okay, let me just echo out some questions that I saw in the Q&A. Continue. Okay, fine. Yes, somebody was mentioning that I was downloading and then got some reds and so on. So when you're downloading the different packages, automatically you see the reds coming in. R is trying to install for you the package from the R crane where the packages are onto your computer. So the moment it successfully does so, it will tell you download successful. So when you see the reds, you shouldn't worry. Wait until it shows you a stop, or you see a prompt that it has been successfully downloaded. And then one was asking if library is a package. Library is not a package, it's a command. It's the one that supports us to load the different packages that we have installed. And then I would also like to encourage you. Remember, we said at the start that R is an open software, and a lot of amendments or adjustment or updatings keep going on every now and then before a newer version is released. Like why there is always that particular update that there's some issues that they want to make the program better and better. So the problems that you are encountering, some other people have encountered them before. I would also encourage you, in case you get an error, just copy it and paste it in Mr. Google. And you'll be surprised to see like millions of people have encountered that problem and they have put a solution. So as they give you the various solutions, you can get one that applies to your scenario and see that you solve that problem and continue. So at this particular point, I believe we are done with loading, with installing and loading our packages. So can we move on to import? Do we have to download them? No. Somebody's asking, do we have to download them every time or they are stored forever? You download once. After downloading, all you need to do is to load them. Each time you open your Rstudio, what you do is in case they are installed, all you need to do is just call the library command. Whenever you're calling the library command, you're just alerting R that it's what you're going to use. Okay, that I'm going to use this particular package, I'm going to use Learner R. Since it's already downloaded, the next time you come is just to run your library, only that. Now, on my computer, I have a data set. Sorry, I've got a folder where I saved my worksalaries.csv. Okay, so now I want to import it from there. Okay, for example, let me first stop sharing this and I share. I want to show a folder. Well, let me share this. On my desktop, I have a folder which I named Mark Day 1 and I put today's date. And it's within this folder that has got all the material that I'm using in this particular training. Now, this folder is saved on my desktop. What I want to do within this particular folder, again, if you're seeing my screen very well, there are different data sets that I'm going to use. I've got worksalaries.csv, I've got worksalaries.xlsx, which folder we uploaded in the Google Drive. So I'm going to tell R, I navigate on my computer and I tell it, go into the Mark Day 1 folder and pick for me the work salaries data set. Okay, now I'm going to close this and then I open my R again. Okay. So now, after loading, we are going to look at two options. Let's first load our data set that is saved as, that has an extension of XLSX. What are we going to do? That is option number one. You go to File, move down, Import Data. Then when you move to from Excel. The moment you come here, the moment you get this particular window, you move here and check Browse. Okay, the moment you click Browse, you have to navigate until when you get where your data set is. And now it is telling, I moved to the Mark training material, but it is within the Mark Day 1 folder. And inside this folder, I move and I click on the work salaries.xlsx. The moment I click on it, it appears, the path appears on, if you look here, it is file/URL. It gives me the path on my computer that how do I access the salaries data set. It is telling you that from my computer, go to users, go to HNAM, then the desktop, there is a certain folder, Mark Training, then Mark Day 1. And inside that folder, there is a work salaries.xls dataset. All right. It's interesting that it also gives you a view of how your data set looks like. Okay. And after that, we are seeing that it shows you the rank variable, display years since PhD, years of service, sex, and then salary. Okay. So when you scroll down, you'll be able to see your data set. But as you move down below, you are able to see the code view, how your work set, what code was used. It will tell you that it is work salaries. Then it used the read_Excel command. But if you look at it on top, it used the library read_Excel. That is the relevancy of installing our packages. And then the view command, it is the one that it is able to show you how your data looks like. So when you move down, you click on the word import. If you click on import, what happened is that you are able now to see your data being imported into R. Okay, I zoomed out. That's why you're seeing my words to be very big. When you move in the R console, it is giving you what it has done. It is telling you it used the library read_Excel. It imported work salaries.xls using the read_Excel command. And it named your data, it named the data set work salaries. If you remember, I talked about the assignment, how do you assign variables? So automatically R uses the name you saved your data set as it is the same name that it uses also in R. You called it work salaries, so it is also picking the same name, work salaries, less dash, that is an assignment, using the read_Excel command, and it is bringing you the work salaries.xlx dataset. Then the view command, it is what is showing you here, view, seeing how your data looks like in R. If you want to see if data has been successfully imported into R, come and check in your environment. It is now showing you that within this particular environment, you're having work salaries. It is showing you've got 397 observations of 6 variables. So these are the number of observations you're having. And then within this data set, you're having 6 variables. Sometimes the environment is important to enable you to cross-check and see, have I really imported the right data set? When you move at the end where I'm putting the hand here, there is also an Excel icon, which you can also click on and view your data set. Or you can come in the R console and write view, and then in bracket you put the data set. So now, let me take this minute and I ask you, can you import the work salaries .xlsx into R. Can you do that? And then after, if you're successful, then type for me yes. James is saying imported. Okay, done, imported. Please recap. Odiambo, yes, imported. Vincent Othieno, imported. Great. I'm seeing a big number. Successfully imported. So somebody saying that I've got a 2 work salaries. Remember, we distinguished between the two. No, work salaries was only saved with a CSV extension. Please check in that folder. You've got 2 types. We are now dealing with work salaries that is saved as XLSX. We are not dealing with the work salaries saved with the extension of CSV. Priska, please listen as I speak. Stop posting comments. Listen as to what I'm telling you and you do it right. Okay. What is the use of view salaries? The view command, it helps you to see how your data set look like, such that you're able to compare it with the original data set in Excel. Does it really look at the same with what you've imported into R? In case they are different, then there is a problem. Immediately, you can be able to adjust that problem. The way you hear the word view, it is like seeing whether your data set, the way it appears in the Excel is the same way it looks like in R. Okay, yes, done. Okay. Samuel, we are getting there. Okay, so can I continue? All right, now looking at that, I'm glad that a big percentage has been able to import our data set, the work salaries data set that is being saved, that has an extension of XLSX. It's quite interesting when you look in your R console, all the commands have been given to you. What it has, when you look through your R console, it has told you the library that it used. Then when you look on this particular line, there's something that I want to talk about. R used the read_Excel. That is the command we use to import data that is saved as XLSX. However, it went ahead to assign the whole of this particular line, the whole of this particular command, it assigned it as work salaries. Work salaries in this particular case, we can call it the object name. R refers to it as an object. An object name can change depending on what you want to call it. But we're going to see more as we move on. So I'm going to stop here. Now let's look at the other version. What about in case you want to import data that is saved as CSV? Okay, I'm going to cross this. I go back to my R script. That was option A. What about option B? Okay, now when you go to option B, setting the working directory, we need to set the working directory. You can do it manually, you can do it automatically. Okay, for example, now when we are setting the working directory, because we need now to import the other data set that is saved as CSV to bring it into R, we are going to use the read.csv command. The command we are going to use, if you watch what I'm doing, it is the read.csv command to import the data that is being saved with that particular extension. Each time you type something new in your script, the name that you saved your data set turns to red. The red implies that there is new information that you've put that it is not saved. If it is not red, then for example, when I click save, it will turn black, implying that whatever information that is there, it is all saved. In case I type in something new, it will turn red. So as you work, it gives you an echo that you might lose some information. Please do go ahead and what? Go ahead and save. I said you can set your working directory manually, or you can do it automatically in R. How can we do it automatically in R? Then we'll see the manual bit. what you do, we go to session. Remember, it's still the same folder. I go to session. When you click session, move on to set working directory. If you go to set working directory, you move down and choose directorate. If you click choose directorate, it is taking me to my folder where there is my data set. Okay, and then all you need to do, and then you type open. The moment you click open, check in your console. Within your console, it has set for you the working directorate automatically. That your folder is being, the document that you want to import, it is being stored in the mark day 1 plus the date folder. What it does, it shows you all the steps it took to get into where that folder is, the folder that's got the data set that you want to use. So all you need to do, just come in the console and copy this line and then bring it in the, because you might need to save it next time you just run it. You copy it and come and paste it in your Rstudio, because you, next time when you come and you just run that line, it will automatically tell you the location. So it is what I did on this line. I set the working directory, then I set everything, and I came up with this line that you're seeing here. That is what I did. So in that case, I've set the working directory, implying that I'm telling R that in where you're seeing at the end, this is a folder where my data set is. So I'm telling R that it's within this data set, within this particular folder, there is a data set I want to bring to R. All right, so we are dealing with so let's see, after setting that, what do? We are going to use the read.csv command, the read.csv command. Inside the read.csv command, you need to type in the name of the data set you are importing. In this particular case, I can say it is called work salaries.csv. This is the name of the data set which I saved with the SV extension. After that, you can run this particular line. The moment you run it, see what happens. If you run that particular line and check in your console, the console gives you the output of, it shows you how the data set is, all the results in the output. But what you're seeing here is that it is just showing you the whole data set that you're using. What about in case you're having a million data sets? Are you going to have your console to appear like that? So it is always important that you save your data set in an object. For example, when you look in my second line, I said now what I'm going to do, I create an object which is called salaries. And then I said, let salaries, remember my assignment, we said you can assign variables. I'm going to get a variable called salaries, okay? Or in this case, a data set name called salaries, which R refers to as an object. And I say that let this one be equal to this line here, all my data sets. In this particular case, I'm telling R that everything within the read.csv, I'm calling it salaries as the object name. So in case I run this particular line, I'm not going to see anything now in my R console. However, what is interesting, when you look in the environment, I'm seeing the name that I've used, salaries, and it is also telling me the salaries has got 397 observations, and you can read further and see 6 variables. If you want to view the data set, you click here and it will see the data set on the icon of the Excel. If you want to close this, you come and cross that out. So in that particular case, you would have been able to import data successfully in R, which is saved as the CSV. Okay, Let me ask in the chat. Are we on the same page? Can you repeat this thing? I am no longer following. Please don't give up. I got lost. Yes, repeat. Okay. I would also encourage you, like we said, we are having YouTubes. All this work is being recorded. All you need to go, just Google in Forum YouTube SDM series. You'll be able to see this particular YouTube and watch on your own pace. Can you repeat your two firsts? Repeat from session. I didn't get the CSV. Copied my direct but unable to paste into R. Wow, really? Okay. Okay. Recap from set directory. Kindly send the YouTube link. I think Mito has had that. Is going to send the YouTube links like that after the session. You can rewatch again. Okay. Now let me redo that particular process. Remember, with option 1, we looked at how to import data saved as XLSX, which I've already talked about earlier. Okay, the common forms. Now here, we want to import data that is saved as CSV. Okay, we saw that in Excel. But with this kind of type, we are going to set a directory. How do we set a directory? It's like we want to tell R that in a particular folder saved on my document, that's where the data set I want to use is. We use the command setwd, this one here, setwd. It's a command that I'm going to use to give me a path. In this case, I'm looking for the path where my folder is. Remember, even the first one, you navigate when you go to browse. So you browse and then you tell when you move from this folder, you go here until you get to the data set. I talked about comments in R. The greens that you're seeing, those are the comments I mentioned about. A comment is just a reminder. R sees it as inactive. It doesn't react on it whatsoever. That is a reminder. It's the reason I told you it is good to put comments such that even if 2 days pass, you can be able to come and follow up again. Okay, I can just put a comment and I say, I don't want that line. So within the setwd, it means set working directory. How do I do that? Let's go together. What I did, come to our console, click session. Okay, after session, move downwards, set working directory. I want to move up to the folder where I saved my work salaries.csv. I come, I say, choose directory. I click on it. The moment I click on it, you have to navigate until you get to the folder where you saved your CSV, where your CSV data set is. Here, you're not going to see it. But the moment you reach to that folder, all you need to do, come down here and click open. If you click open, you're going to see in your R console, you're going to see the path that you have used down here, which is the setwd. All you need to do, you can come in case you want to store it. But even if you don't store it, already R, you've told it that the data I'm going to import is in that particular folder. In case you don't want to redo the session again next time, you can copy this path. You come highlight and then you highlight, then right click, the usual copying that we know how to copy and paste. Then you can come and click copy. Then you come and paste it somewhere in the Rstudio. I already have it. For example, you can say Control V and automatically that path gets pasted in R. okay? The moment, such that next time when you come, you might not need to go to session again. You just have to run that line because it is telling you that is the path where your data is. Okay, I'm going to comment on it because I don't need it. I already have it somewhere. If next time that you come, you can click anywhere and you click run. It will still be repeated down here, so I don't need to go through the process of setting a working directory. Okay, let me ask in the chat again. Are we on the same page? Clear your screen so as to follow you. I clear my screen. Okay. Maybe let me try to zoom in and I reduce. Maybe that, but in case I zoom out, then the words are going to be small. Let me ask, are you able to see the words? I've zoomed out a little bit so that you see what I'm doing. Okay. So I've zoomed out a little bit. This is the path that I copied that R is giving me. I just copied it down here after going through the session. Of course, mine will be different from yours. That's why it is important you try to do it yourself. All right. So I explained about the read.csv. This is the command that we are going to use. We use the read.csv command. The read.csv command is what we are going to use to import now our data set saved as CSV. So you write the name of your data set in the brackets of read.csv and you put them in quotes. However, we've seen that in case you just leave it the way it is, in case you just have that particular line, you see all your data set in the R console. Like in case I click, you're going to see all your data set in the R console. Please look in the R console and see. You can also do it at your end. I'm seeing all my data that are being imported. So what I do, I can say that let me save now this data set in an object. So what I do, I create an object name which I call salaries. Okay, and I assign it the whole of this line, and I say salaries is equal to the whole of all my data set. It's called salaries by using the assignment less dash, or you can use an equal. Now, in case you run this particular line, when you check here, it is showing you salaries less dash read.tsv. It has not brought any error, implying that I've been able to successfully import my data. For you to see that, you can even come and check in your environment. It is showing you the name salaries, that it has got 397 observation of 6 variables. If you click here, where I'm putting the hand, when you click there, you're telling our view, I want to see how my data looks like. If you click there, you'll be able to see the variable names and some of the data set, just to cross-check and see whether really the data you captured in Excel, it is imported, it is the same data that has been successfully imported in R. Okay, let me ask in the chat. I was zoomed out to do internet problem. How can I get the video? Okay, so can we continue? Have we been able to import data in R, both with XLX and CSV? I want to see if we have achieved that also for today. We downloaded, installed. Now we've been able to successfully import R. Okay, that is great. Now, those are the procedures we'll keep using when we're importing data in R. If you still feel that maybe some information is still missing, please post the question in the chat, and they will respond to you immediately. Can we continue? If you still, like I mentioned, after the session, please go to the YouTube and rewatch again these steps. Maybe you might have missed something. So in case you watch step by step on your own pace, you'll be able to follow very well. Okay, can I proceed? Type proceed if it is okay. Yes, continue. If you've been able to import R, okay, great. But that, no, can you stop here today? Somebody saying that, can we stop here for today? Please, we are not stopping. As per the program, we are supposed to end at 2. Okay, Lillian, we are going to post the YouTube link, so be patient. Let's continue. We are stopping at 2 Ugandan time, so please bear with us. Okay, so I'm going back to the, now let's continue. Let's go through the R script that I sent. And we get to know what these commands mean. Remember, now I'm calling my data set salaries. Within the salaries, it has got 397 observations and 6 variables, right? So sometimes it is good to understand how your data set works or the nature of your variables. In case you want to see, maybe you want to see the first 6 rows of your data set, we use the command head, okay? The command head. Then inside head, you type in the name of your data set. In this case, it is what? It is salaries. So when you click at the end and then you click run, when you come in and check in the R console, it is giving you the first 6 rows. All right, you can count them here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. And also, it is in case maybe you're only interested in the first 3 rows, you're going to type head, you name the salaries, you put in the, you type the command head, then the name of the data set, that is salaries, and then you type 3. 3 means that give me only the first 3 rows in my data set. So you come on the end and you run that. When you check again in there, we say that when you execute your code in R console, it's where you see the output. So here you're able to see the first 3 rows. Okay. In case you're interested to know the number of rows, all you need to do is to have the n row. That is the command that we are going to use. And then inside you type salaries. For example, if you run that line, it will tell you that you've got 397 rows. If you want the number of columns, you're going to have n col, and then inside you type in the name of the data set. If you click that, here, when I typed n call bracket, there's nothing. So it is telling me error in n call, argument X is missing with no default, implying that I'm asking for n call, but I did not indicate for what. So when I come on this particular line, n is number of columns. When I click, it will tell me there are 6. Or you can use dime. If you type in dime, and then it will give you the dimension, displays both the rows and the. So I move on to, remember the other one is a code, don't worry about the reds. When you click on that, it will tell you that there are 397 rows and 6 columns. It is also important to understand the structure of your data set. I'm going just back a little bit on the structure command, str. These are the foundations of R. The moment we understand them on our fingertips, then the rest of the analysis that is going to follow is going to be easy because everything emanates from here. So the str command, it describes the structure of the data set. For example, inside my structure, I put in salaries. Okay, I indicate salaries. The moment I run that, when I look in my R console, what I'm seeing, it is telling me that it's a data frame or a data set of 397 observations of 6 observations. We've proved that. It is also telling me that there is a variable rank, and it is seeing it as a character, which has got words like prof, assistant, and prof. It is also telling me that discipline, it is seeing it as a character. We have years since PhD is an integer, years of service is an integer, sex is a character, and then a salary as an integer. Remember, with R, we have numericals, these are the integers. Like in this case, we're talking about years of service, they are numbers. And then years since PhD, they are also numbers. Then salary, that is numerical, it's an integer, okay? But now, R is telling me that for it is saying that rank, discipline, and sex are their characters. It's like they're just words. You need to tell R that no, as we proceed on to the analysis, kindly see rank, discipline, and sex as categorical variables. Remember, with discipline, we've got we've got B and A, whereby A are the humanities and then B are the sciences. With rank, we've got 3 levels or attributes. We have assistant professor, associate professor, and then professor. Those are 3 levels. And then with sex, there are 2, male and female. So how do you instruct R? We talked about that you have to tell R that, you know, rank my categorical, read these particular variables as factors. So we use the factor as a factor command. So it's what I'm going to do, telling R that the factors, the particular variables, so we use the as factor command. This is what we are going to use, okay? Also, it is important that in case you're working in R and there is a particular variable that you want to pick, for example, in my salaries data set, in case I'm interested in rank only, what I do, I use a $sign. I tell that go to my salaries data set and pick for me, I put a $sign. And of course, because this is already stored, R has already stored these particular variables. So it is telling you, okay, from salaries, what do you want? And I say, pick for me rank. I click on it. And then I say, I want you to read this as a factor, okay? As a categorical variable. So I use as a factor command. I say as a factor. What do I want to read as a factor? Go back to, it is still salaries, and then read for me rank, okay? I do the same for discipline. I do the same for sex. The $sign implies that I'm picking this in particular. I'm adding this within this particular data set. Pick for me rank. I use the $sign. Within the salaries data set, get for me discipline, because I want to read it as a categorical variable. So these are the 3 lines that you're seeing here, telling R that read them as categorical variable. So I come and I run that line as a factor. I run discipline as a factor. Then I come to sex and I run that. Now later I can recheck again and see. Now, how is R seeing my 3 variables that I've told you to read that as a categorical? If I check salaries, if I run structure again, please see what is happening. In my structure, now it is telling me, yes, we still have the same number of observation and variables, but now it is reading rank. It is saying it's a factor with 3 levels, okay? The 3 levels, now it is an associate, assistant, and then professor. It is saying discipline as a factor with 2 levels, A and B. A are the humanities, B are the sciences. It is also now reading sex as a category, as a factor with 2 levels, female and male. So given that now R has been able to read the data the way you want it, you are good to go and start data manipulation, or whatever that you want to move on with the analysis. Let me check in the chat. Are we on the same page? James is saying no, not by me. Ah, okay. You also need some time to run the commands. Okay. All right. Vincent is saying, now, let me hope as you're posting, you're also trying out. Yes, we need to run those commands. Yes, but we don't need to change the variable. Why do? Somebody's asking that why do we have to change a variable to a factor? Remember, initially before changing it to a factor, R was seeing it as a character. For it was seeing wordings. So if you tell it that no, look at this variable as a factor, implies that you're telling R to look at it as a categorical variable, that this variable discipline has got two, it has two levels or two attributes or two categories. All those words imply the same, A and B. Okay. Kindly follow through, and that is the reason why I'm changing. Initially it was a character, so it is always important to look at your data and see why is it that R is reading my data as a character. If it's a character, yet you had stated it, yet you want to read it as a categorical variable, then it implies that you need to convert it to a factor. That's the reason why I mentioned earlier about the levels of measurements, why they're important. Why is it important for you to understand the nature of the variables that you're collecting? Because they're going to support you to understand the type of analysis you're going to do, as well as the interpretation that you're going to use. Okay. Okay, let me ask in the chat again. Have you gotten why we are converting characters into factor variables? Have we? Okay. I'm seeing that yes. Yes, I do. Isaac has also said it's fine now, but not the whole process. Okay. All right. We are getting there. Okay, not really. In case you came in late, please, the recordings will be available. We are not going back. All right. Okay. Let me recap a little bit, just for those people who have not, who feel something is still missing. Now, like I mentioned earlier, the way you enter your data set, if you've successfully imported your data set in R, that is very good. That is the first tick. However, it is important to understand the levels of measurements, or what your data really entails in. What does your data speak? And it's the same language that you want to tell R. Okay, in our data set, we already know that there are 6 variables and 397 observations. However, some of these variables are categorical in nature. They are not numerical. Like years of service, it's numerical, it's an integer, all right? Years since PhD, it's an integer. Salaries, they are integers. In other words, they are numbers. R is reading them as that. But it was looking at discipline, rank, and sex as a character, as if they're just wordings. So you need to tell R that, you know what, before I proceed to the analysis, the 3 variables in this data set, please consider them as categorical. They are categorical variables. So how do I specify that they are categorical? I use a command as dot factor. This one here. As dot factor command, it's going to enable me to tell R that the variable I'm using, looking at this particular variable, it is categorical in nature. And I said that we've got many variables, but in case you want to pick one at a go to tell R that, you know what, this is a categorical variable. What you do, you start with the name of the data set, which we called salaries. Then you put a $sign. A $sign attaches a certain variable, a specific variable from the data set. So what I did in the first one, kindly follow through this line here. I had salaries, a $sign, that within the salaries data set, pick for me a variable rank. When you pick it, read it as a categorical variable. In other words, I say that this one is equal to as dot factor. Inside the bracket, I put what I want to be read as a factor, which is the same thing here. Okay, and I said, yes, even discipline is a factor. It's a categorical variable. In our language, we refer to it as a factor. So what I do the same thing. I say, from my salaries data set, $sign, pick for me discipline, and then read it as a categorical variable by using as a factor. I do the same for sex, that from my salaries data set, pick for me the sex variable, read it as a factor, that it is categorical in nature. And then in bracket, you put salaries, then $sign, sex. So I ran these variables, I ran these lines again. You can read them at a go, or you can read one by one. It doesn't matter. So I can run that line. The moment I look in my console, it is showing me that there is no error. It has been successfully run. When I go to the second one, the same story. When I go to the third one, the same for sex. Then now I say, let me see the str command again, the structure, and see whether, and check whether now what I wanted has changed in my data set. If I click that one, when you come to the R console, okay, now my things has changed. The variables that I had, which were initially read as characters, they have now changed into factor. Number one, it is showing me rank, that it's a factor, implying that it's categorical with 3 levels. When you come to discipline, it is showing that it's a factor with 2 levels, A and B. When you come to sex, it is showing me that yes, now it is a factor with 2 levels, a female and a male. So now the point is, when now having put everything right, having understood my levels of measurement, I've now told R that, you know what, now it is okay, I can proceed on with the analysis. All my variables are read the way I want in R. And then I'm good to continue. So let me ask him in the chat, is it okay? Okay. If you have further questions, please post them in the Q&A, and then they will be answered. If you're getting an error right now, it implies that you didn't load your libraries. That could be the problem. Because if the libraries were loaded successfully, at this moment, I don't expect anyone to come up with an error. Ephraim, you're saying that you got lost long time ago. Please post the questions in the chat such that you're able to be answered. Let Let's make the learning interesting. Otherwise, if you get lost at one point and you don't mention it, and you get lost, you will get stressed. Seems there was other genders among the professionals, only male and female. No, it was gender. It is, we had only two, which is male and female. There are no other. Okay. Yeah. Now, the other thing now, what is so interesting that you can do for you actually now to check if you've done the right thing, let's run a summary command. I'm going to type summary. This is the command that is going to give me a summary of my data set. Okay, I type the summary command, and then inside the summary command, I type in the name of the data set, which is salaries. So I'm going to go back and I say salaries. I want to see a summary of the data set that I'm having. So the moment I get there, I click run. If I click run, I come in my R console. What is happening? It is showing me the summary of each variable, right? This is actually the univariate part. It is showing me that, yes, we've got rank as a variable with 3 levels: associate prof, assistant prof, and prof. It further goes ahead to tell me the frequencies. That the associate professor, they are 64, we have 67 assistant, and then 266 professors. When you come to discipline, there are 2 of them, A and B. A, the humanities, and B, the sciences, with the respective numbers. When you come to the integers, it is giving you a statistics summary from the minimum to the maximum. The minimum, the first quartile, the median, the mean, the third quartile, and then the maximum. Whenever you're running a continuous variable or a numerical variable, you'll come up with always a summary statistics with 5 points. It is telling you for the case of sex, we've got 2 levels, female and male, and the numbers respectively. Salary was numerical in nature, and it is showing you a summary, the lowest salary, the median, the mean salary, and the maximum salary. That is how interesting the summary command works. So I think you've seen the relevancy of why we have to convert our categorical variables from character to factor. Okay, let me ask in the chat again. Are we on the same page? Okay. Dr. Thomas, we have attendance today. Attendance today. We do it tomorrow. Okay, because they're asking for it. All right. Okay. All right then. Now I'm glad that I'm receiving a positive response. Somebody's saying that the prayer and lunchtime praise, we are stopping at 2, and then we'll break off for today. Let's try to Raymond is saying that I see most of the syntax logic relate to Python. Yeah, you're very right, because the point is understanding the different commands, and then because this language, they're in one or another, they're somehow interconnected. So it's a matter of getting to know what you're supposed to do and what each particular command really wants, and then you'll be able to do what is right. Okay, let's continue. Now we are moving on to, I have 2 versions. The second part of data manipulation. Let me first share the word and go through it briefly. If time, hope time will allow. It doesn't allow, then we'll also decide otherwise how to move on. Let me share my PowerPoint again. That was the little bit of the introduction of R programming language, how you can import and so on. Importing data into R, we've achieved that today. That in case you're importing the file saved as XLS, we've achieved that by using the readxl package. We've imported the one that is saved as CSV. Some of the features that you can check in your data, please check the PowerPoint that we sent, or you can check it on a Google link and see how these are inbuilt commands that you can use. And we've also seen them, the use of comments, as we said, that they act as reminders, then reading data from Excel to R. Yeah, this is just a continuation. Other important features that are important, I've already talked about them. How to save your R script, I've mentioned it. How you can clear the environment using the rm command, and then the list of all the saved files will be removed from the storage. How to clear the console. All you need to do is type Ctrl-L, and then your console will clear. If you want to clean your environment, we use the remove. I've already shared about that. Then I mentioned that in this particular command, I mentioned that R means remove or delete all the objects in the working environment, and then list equal to ls. The list removes all the current work that you've stored in the environment. So you can, in case you have a lot of things and you're getting perturbed, maybe you get a point and you get confused on the results that you are getting. So you can clear and then resume again. Now, we are moving on into data manipulation. You know, it is always important that as you're importing your data in R, whatever, because sometimes you go to the field and you bring when your data is not clean, you have to do some little bit of inspecting your variables and check to know, okay, when I went to the field, this was captured this way, were my responses complete, or what can I do before even I do my regressions? Maybe there's a certain variable that I need to create from the existing variables that I want, such that it is able to act as my dependent variable. The way you hear the word manipulation, you're trying to use the variables that you have, and either you clean or you record or you delete all that. So I mentioned about that particular slide. So under data manipulation, which I'm calling the DM, okay, you can be able to do these 9 things. You can be able to create new or add a variable. You can be able to record an existing variable. You can be able to rename the columns of the data frame. You can be able to remove a column. You can be able to deal with missing data. You either remove or use further analysis. You can merge data, and you can do descriptive analysis at the same time. So given the remaining time, let's see how far can we go with of course, all these things can be done. Let's first get the theory bit a little bit, and then we move back to R. Okay, now within this data set, again, for example, in case you want to create a new or add a variable, within my data set, I've got, I can create another data set called another column. I'm creating a new variable called half. Maybe I need to get the half salaries of the respective ranks. All I need to do is to create another variable called half, and then after that, from the salaries, I say divide by 2, okay, and then I view if that one has worked. I can be, number 2, recording a new variable. I can have a new variable, for example, in my data set, which has got salaries. But then at the back of my mind, I want to say those who get low salaries, I can categorize it as low and then high. Depending on the threshold that I want, I can say maybe looking at my summary statistics, I can consider my mean as the threshold. So those who are below my mean, I'm going to categorize them as low. Those who are above the mean, I'm going to categorize them as high. That is all data manipulation. From the rate of exiting, you're trying to record another variable that is important, or you need to use to achieve the objective that you want to get. Okay, you can also rename columns. Sometimes you might be working and maybe you feel the names are confusing you. So we'll use the rename command or the rename function to see how can you rename a particular column to what you want it to, and then to check if it has really worked. We can subset rows and columns in the sense that sometimes maybe, for example, we looked at the rank variable, which has 3 categories: the professor, the associate, and then the assistant. Maybe you as an individual, you might be interested in working with only professors and you're not interested in the other levels. So how can you subset that group only from the main data set? That's what we refer to as subsetting. And we use the subset command, and we can still be able to see all how this is being done into R. For example, maybe some of you are in agriculture, or you went and collect data from different plots of land, and you're like, no, in my analysis, I only want to deal with plot A and for now, and do away with plot B. So you can use the subset command and only concentrate on what you want to work on. Maybe later you can see the interplay of other groups joined in. I'm saying that you can also remove and delete a command. Delete a column. How do we do that? We still use the subset command, and also within the subset command inside, we put the select argument. The select, and then we put a minus sign. We are going to see this in R, such that you say that, no, within my data set, select this and delete it. I don't need it anymore. And you can delete. You can delete one column, you can delete multiple columns, depending on what you want. I've already talked about the levels of measurements. That it's important to understand whether you're dealing with a nominal or an ordinal kind of variable. It is important to support you to do the right interpretation and the right statistic. I've already talked about the as a factor. Yes, there's also, in case we have a command as numeric. The all integers are numeric in nature, numbers, continuous variables. So R can still also look at that. If time allows, we're going to look at how to deal with missing variables. But during this training, we are not going to go into details. But however, the thing that we are going to look at, we are going to say, how do I tell that my data has got missing variables? Okay, because you go to the field, or as you go to work out in a survey, some of the responses are not filled, and by the time you get back on your desk, some of the points are missing. So we are going to see, how do you locate that in case your data is incomplete? And then in R, how does R look at missing data? And then how do you identify the missingness within the data set that you have? Here, I wrote that you use the is.na command. We are going to see how to use that. And I said that when we move on to the next slide, we are seeing that this was just an example that can support us to understand in case your data, you've got missing data, all right? Assuming I've got a small data set, because the moment with this small data set, it is the same theory that applies to the big data set. Assuming I've got this data set DT with name, sex, and then age. These are the variables. Under the names, I've got the dimension is 3. It is 3 by 3. I've got 3 variables and 3 observations. So I'm having John, Tim, then NA. In R, whenever you see NA, it implies that not applicable. It is telling that I'm not seeing anything. It is empty. Okay. And then it is telling you the sex, and then it's telling you the age. So what we are going to do that now, for you to see the missingness in your data, the command that we are going to use when we go back to the practicals, it is is.na, in bracket, you put the name of the data set. The moment you run this particular line, whenever it is going to bring 2 logical output, a yes, a true, and a false. Where there is false, it implies that the data point exists. Where it brings true, it implies that there is a missing point, there is a missing data set there. Like on this particular output, we're going to do it in R and you see it automatically. Where there are recordings, it is showing false, and then where we have NA, it is showing you true. So these true ones are the ones to enable you to understand that, my data is missing certain data points. So you can be able to go back again at the start, or you even go back and check in your data set and you ask yourself, did I really input in my data well, or what happened? How come I've got many missingness? Maybe do I need to do some data imputation and so on? Okay, we are going to see how to use, in case you've got, for example, million observation, and you only want to deal with the only complete result. Maybe at the back of your mind, you're like, I want to deal with only a complete data set. I want to do away with the incomplete data set. Though that is also very risky, because each time you remove, each time you're deleting out missing information, you delete out certain rows with certain columns with missing information, it implies that a lot of information is being lost. But I mean, as you advance in analysis, you will see that there are various methods on how you can do data imputation to see that you don't lose a lot of information. So, but in case you want to do with only complete data, we use the command na.omit. na.omit, in bracket, you put the name of your data set. So that one will produce for you only complete data. It will only bring for you only a complete data set. So this is an example from what we had earlier. We saw that when you look at this particular data set, I've got NA here, implying that this person did not, the sex was not recorded. And when you come to the third person, the name was not written. So in case you want to do away with all whatever with missing variables, all you need to type is na.omit, omit, and then in bracket you put the name of the data set. So the result that you're going to get, it is going to show you the output that you will get. It will only give you complete cases. And when it has deleted off all the rest that are not complete. And then it's up to you to think and say, can I continue with this data set with complete result, or it might give me misleading information, and I need also to deal with the missing results. So you'll read that particular bit and so on. We've got how to emerge data. Emerging data, there are various ways. Sometimes, for example, maybe you're collecting data set from various points, okay? But then at the end of the day, they could, you want to emerge these data sets. Also, R gives you that option on how you can emerge data. I don't know whether if you've looked at the national data set that are being collected. Sometimes they tend to collect data within either Stata or in Excel. And then you need to know, how do I, in case I've got two data sets of interest, which have got, for example, a common identity, and I want to merge them together, how do I do it in R? It is also something very important that we can consider. The other thing, when you're joining data, there are also some other interesting functions that you can use, like the left join, the right join, the inner join, and then the full join. With the left join, as we are going to discuss, in this particular case, you're merging two data sets, but you want to keep all the observations in the first data set. That is the left join. In the right join, you're having two data sets, but you want to keep all the observations in the second data set. In this particular case, they are referring to as the destination table. There are two of them. Inner join, what it does, the word inner, it looks at the intersection. It only brings out the common points that are the common rows that are within the first data set and the second data set. So it will exclude all the unmatching rows, And then the full join, for it, what it will do, it will merge everything for you. And then it's up to you to decide which data set you can use. So it is also sometimes important to understand, okay, I've got different data sets. In case I merge them, do I need to just get those that are common? Do I need to shift up everything? Or I'm going to only take the ones that are common in the different data set? But it's important that these two data sets have got an have got an ID, or they have got a common column, which is going to help you to merge these two data sets together. And in R, you can do it very, very perfectly. Like I said, this is a theory bit. We are going to see how practically we can move to R. I've already mentioned about this example. We are using, if you remember the dplyr command, I mentioned supports us in data manipulation. So it is a reason why I'm saying each package you put, there is a reason why you're using it. So the left join, I've got two tables. Refer to them as two data sets. I've got table 1, that is my data set 1. I've got table 2, that is my data set 2. We are going to do it in practically in R using two data sets, or I can even leave it as homework. Within this first table, which is data set 1, it has got ID, A, B, C, D, and F. Then it has got a Y variable. In table 2, it has got an ID. This ID is common to the first table 1, okay? And it has also and this one has a Z variable. So in case you want to merge these two together, assuming that these are your two data sets, the identity that is common in each is the ID. So this particular data set, most of the time, we merge them with identifiers that are unique in each. Okay, so I'll use the left join command. Inside the left underscore join, I put in the name of my first data set. I put in the name of my second data set, and then you want it to be joined by what? What is unique in both, what is common in both data sets? It is the ID. Even if you have many columns that are identical, you just need to put by what, and everything will be sorted automatically with R. Okay, like I said with the left join, it will keep whatever left, you have got two tables, it will keep everything in the first data set. Whatever it's in the first data set, it will keep and get information in what is in the second data set, and it's merged together. If you can see the output that you expect to get at the end of the day, we are having A up to F, and in B, in table 2, there is up to D. So it has neglected E. It is not picking it. It is only taking everything in E. That's why when you come to F, we don't have it in table B. So under Z, it has put NA, missing, not applicable. All right. When you do the right join, it is now the opposite. It keeps all the elements in the second data set and matches it with what is in the first data set and ignores whatever it is not there. In the inner join, what it will do, it will only bring out the common rows. It will join them together. And then that is the output that you're going to see. All right. It is still the same command, inner join, put in the name of the first data set, the name of the second data set, you're identifying it with what. And then the last one is the full join. In this particular case, it merges everything. Where there is a missing data point, it will put NA. That's when you get to know that, okay, there is no match, there is no variable, there is a missing data point at this particular one. So the rest is descriptive. We can do, I've already talked about we'll look at the table, the proportional table, and then we can move on to R. Basically, that is the summary. So we can achieve all these other things in R. So let me stop sharing and see. We only have 1 minute. Maybe we'll stop here. We'll resume with the practicals tomorrow. Okay, now we say that we are ending at 2, but it is now 1 minute to 2. So I'm suggesting with my team that we stop here today. And then tomorrow, we are going to resume on data manipulation. But this time around in R, we're not going to look at the theory bit. Okay? The homework I'm giving you, go into that same folder that we sent. There are 2 data sets which has got weight 1, weight A, and weight B. And I want you to, tomorrow you're going to show us how do we merge data. We've got 2 data sets using inner join, using left join, using right join, and then using full join. That is our homework for today. In that folder that for day 1 material, it has got those 2 data sets. Okay, we'll end here, and I wish you the best for the rest of the day. Okay. There are no questions to answer. We'll stop here, and bye-bye.